¿Qué tal? Saludos, muy buenos días, porque hoy se juega entre semana, es decir, se juega a mediodía, hoy a partir de las 2, la jornada ya 29 de la Liga Santander, el Mallorca que visita el campo del Real Club Deportivo Espanyol. La verdad es que con muchísimas ganas de que el Mallorca consiga sumar después de 5 derrotas consecutivas, después de esa derrota precisamente el lunes ante el Real Madrid por 0-3 aquí en el Visit Mallorca Stadium. Tenemos imágenes ya del vestuario del conjunto de Luis García Plaza, todas las camisetas preparadas, todas las camisetas ya con ganas de que se la pongan los jugadores y poder entrar al terreno de juego. Aquí en esta jornada 29, ya lo que decimos, 10 batallas quedan, Tan solo 10 batallas para que acabe esta Liga Santander. El Mallorca que ahora mismo sigue fuera de las posiciones de descenso, ese+2 sobre el Cádiz, que jugará esta tarde a partir de las 4:15 ante el Villarreal. Pero lo que decimos, hoy el Mallorca tiene una oportunidad de lujo ante el Español, un equipo que también está situado un poquito mejor, un poquito más tranquilo, se puede decir así, pero que en caso de victoria del Mallorca, pues los de Vicente Moreno, que podrían retroceder un par de posiciones. Partido especial siempre, Esto es Español-Mallorca, ha cobrado importancia estos últimos partidos. Después lo comentaremos con nuestro comentarista, con Manolo Moyá. También lo hablaremos con el invitado de hoy aquí en esta retransmisión, este Play Red Live, un jugador al que conocéis y al que le tenemos todos los mallorquinistas muchísimo cariño y que está triunfando por ahí, por el norte. Después sabremos quién es. Pero sí, hoy la verdad es que tenemos muchas ganas de esta 29ª jornada, este Español-Mallorca, un enfrentamiento que se ha repetido en bastantes ocasiones esta temporada. En la primera vuelta, también en Copa del Rey, las dos en el Visit Mallorca Stadium. Es la primera vez que visitamos esta temporada el RCD Stadium, y el Mallorca que viene con la máxima ilusión, ¿no?, para afrontar estas 10 jornadas. Lo decía Luis García Plaza ayer en rueda de prensa, los partidos, esto ya estamos en el momento decisivo, en el momento final, y el equipo que tiene que dar ese pasito hacia adelante. La verdad es que en breve ya tendremos con nosotros a Manolo Moyá para hacer un poquito de previa. También conectaremos ya con el estadio de los Periquitos del Español para hablar con Dani Barjacoba en el momento que volvemos a ver imágenes del vestuario, la camiseta de Pere Joan, de Leo, los porteros que hoy pues tendrán que ocupar esos suplentes de Sergio Rico. Y es que Manolo Reina, recordamos que está sancionado. Le sancionaron con 2 partidos en la derrota ante la Real Sociedad aquí en casa, y bueno, al final el día del Celta, y entonces pues tiene que cumplir todavía ese partido de sanción. Vemos a la camiseta de Ángel de Jaume Costa. Veremos qué 11 elige finalmente Luis García Plaza para empezar hoy ahí en el campo del Español. Kangin Lin, Take Kubo, los dos asiáticos que hoy, pues en ese horario que tan especial para los japoneses y para los coreanos, podrán ver a Take, podrán ver a Kangin. También la camiseta de Antonio de Grenier, el francés que pudo debutar la jornada pasada en casa aquí ante el Real Madrid. Risubaba, Sellar, Murishi. A ver si hoy el kosovar puede conseguir marcar, si puede volver a ver portería después de ese inicio tan increíble con la camiseta del Mallorca. 2 fijos siempre, Vallen, Dani Rodríguez, Brian Oliván también por aquí. Qué partidazos está haciendo últimamente Brian Oliván. El otro día comiéndole la cabeza, la tostadita, que dicen, a Rodrigo Goes, también un estandarte aquí, un ex del Español que vuelve a su casa. Sergio Sevilla, iba a decir, no, Salva Sevilla, Sergio Rico teníamos por ahí, también Antonio Raillo, que también vuelve a su casa, Abdón Prats, al Dimoni d'Artà. Vemos ahí las cápsulas de café de Abdón Prats, que también las tiene bien preparadas, un poquito de cafeína para afrontar el que será un partido pues a las 2 de la tarde, en el momento que yo creo que vamos a tener la imagen ya del autobús del equipo llegando al RCD Stadium. Sí, míralo. el bus oficial del club que ha viajado hasta Barcelona para llevar a todos los jugadores del primer equipo hacia este estadio, lo que va a ser, lo que decimos, una jornada bastante importante para el Mallorca. Ayer se consiguió la victoria al Granada en el último instante ante
Mallorca
el
today.
Alavés.
Granada managed to get their victory against Alaves yesterday in the last couple of moments. However, Levante did lose against Osasuna. Today we've got that Cadiz and Villarreal match. They're very important results for us, of course, and we must remain focused on our own match and not let ourselves get distracted by the results happening around us. Last year, the match against Espanyol ended up 0-0.
En el RCD Stadium, pero hoy el Mallorca que tiene la oportunidad de conseguir 3 puntos que serían importantísimos, las dos enfrentamientos que hemos tenido.
But today, to get those 3 points would be an extremely important and efficient as well victory for the team.
El Mallorca aquí en el Vichy Mallorca Stadium, ese partido de octavos que nos dio pues pase para los cuartos, donde después
and then, yes, as we said, the last time we were up against them was in the King's Cup, which of course gave us that pass through to the next round for us until it was the final 8.
Podemos aprovechar para saludar al que va a ser hoy nuestro acompañante, nuestro compañero de batallas una vez más, Manolo Moyá.
So as we witness this, these images, we're going to greet Manolo Moyá, who's going to be with us once again today.
Con ganas de fútbol y sobre todo con ganas de tener una victoria del Real Club Deportivo Mallorca ya.
Yes, so we're very excited to see some good football today, of course. So you're a massive regular here now with us, Manolo, since Juanjo Dobles had to leave his position as regular commentator, and I think it's very well covered with you here.
Juanjo con bromas, me vais a echar porque desde que vengo el Mallorca solo pierde. Ojalá que hoy
Well, Juanjo and I have been speaking. He did say to me that I need to be careful because it seems that since he left, that there's only been defeats and negative results. But I promise that it's not me that's doing this.
Franco Russo, Rodrigo Bataglia, el argentino, el mediocampista también vemos también aparte del staff técnico, bajando del bus, que también.
So you can see the players there and the technical staff exiting the bus. Jaume Costa, we'll see if he is in the starting lineup today.
De Sergio Rico ayudando a defender esa portería al portero ex del Paris Saint-Germain. Vemos a Amat Ndiaye también, a ver si hoy tiene su.
You can see Amat Ndiaye, see if he has his opportunity to shine on the pitch today for the Senegalese player.
Pues consiga darnos buenas sensaciones. Gio González. Manolo, la verdad es que hoy es un día de estos que apetecen porque es un partido que se puede ganar.
Sí, bueno, el Mallorca no está haciendo.
But yes, Manolo, it's definitely a match that we are able to win today.
El día del Celta, pues bueno, fue un resultado.
Yes, of course. I mean, there have been some of those defeats where we've lost very, very narrowly. And at the end of the day, that is what football does to you sometimes. Against Betis and against Celta de Vigo, we lost in the very last moments of the match. And I hope today we see a different side of Mallorca and we can manage to take 3 points away with us. So we can only hope that Take Kubo image there of him helping a suitcase off the bus, we hope that he's going to bring the points and the goals back in that suitcase to Mallorca. So Manolo, there's only 10 matches left in the league now, so it's it's starting to get a bit nervous. Yes, I mean, like Luis Aragonés says, the last 10 matches of the league start to put you where you're supposed to be on the leaderboard, of course.
Tener un poquito de suerte que al final en el mundo del fútbol la necesitas porque bueno, son cosas puntuales, pero bueno, ahí no lo puedes trabajar y al fin y al cabo, ya lo dijo Luis García Plaza, o sea, quedan 10 finales, van a hacer partidos buenos, partidos malos, pero los partidos buenos, pues intentar sacar algo positivo.
So of course there are going to be good matches and bad matches ahead, but we've got to take advantage of those good matches as much as we can and try and squeeze them to the max.
Las dos aquí en casa en el Vichy Mallorca Stadium, una de Liga y otra de Copa, que fue esos octavos de final. Vamos a ver las imágenes de ese partidazo.
So we're going to have a look at this, the last time we were up against Espanyol, which was that King's Cup match. It was a packed stadium there that day.
Mallorca y Español eran los octavos de final. La verdad es que fue un partido donde el Mallorca, yo creo que Manolo, no sé si estás conmigo, recuperó muchas buenas sensaciones.
I think it was one of those matches where Mallorca managed to recover some very good feelings and some very good vibes.
Una victoria te hace desaparecer las derrotas y bueno, fue un partido de Copa típico y el Mallorca salió con todo.
Yes, it was a classic, very typical King's Cup match, and Mallorca did shine.
La medida cogía, en Liga le ganamos 1-0 y bueno, llevamos 2 partidos contra ellos este año y esperemos que este sea el tercero y que tengamos una buena racha de resultados.
We've been winning against them for the last 2 years, so we can only hope that today is the third time lucky as well.
Por el momento en el que llega
yes, of course, it would be great for us, and it would also be very, very convenient for the moment that we are in the league right now.
También, pues, esto es lo que tiene Español también, muchísima pegada, jugadores como RDT, Di Mata, Puado, las incorporaciones de.
Yes, obviously they do have very, very good players such as Darder, Puado, Di Mata, very, very talented players in the team.
Hay buena asistencia, diríamos, de Dani Rodríguez, que después se convirtió en el golazo precisamente de Take Kubo, que me acordaré toda la vida.
And of course, this ended up in that Take goal there, which I think I'll remember forever because of the. We were actually very, very privileged spectators of that absolute work of art. Yeah, it was. He took that shot with massive conviction. He knew that it was going to go in. He was very, very confident about it.
Pues a ver si Take Kubo hoy tiene la oportunidad, a ver si es el nipono y quien nos da un poquito de diferencia.
So hopefully it is the Japanese player that gives us another bout of luck today and manages to shine on the pitch. And then that other goal there from Abdon Prats with a fantastic corner from Salva Sevilla. And yeah, it was an amazing goal that ended up giving us the pass into the next round of the King's Cup, so we were extremely grateful about that, of course.
Nos dan ese puntito a lo mejor que nos está faltando de cara a gol, ¿no? El equipo, es verdad que salvo el día del Celta, que lo que decías tú antes, ¿no? Que enchufó 3, pero aún así no consiguió ganar. Esta vemos la acción,
Yeah, of course. I mean, hopefully today we can have that extra detail that we need in order to clinch the victory, because like we're saying, we've played very well in some of those defeats, and we've only lost in the last couple of minutes of the match. Of course, remember that long revision there with VAR as to whether to put Puado's goal on the scoreboard or not.
Un 50% vienen a balón parado los goles y en este partido fue un 100% porque bueno, fue una falta del Mallorca, un córner y otra falta del Español.
Yes, I mean, nowadays at football, I would say 40-50% of goals come from free kicks anyway, or from penalties, but in that match it was 100% of those goals. So going straight to the interview that we pre-recorded earlier with an ex-Mallorca player.
Con ese pasado mallorquinista, Cedi, muy buenos días.
So very good morning to you. So obviously it's your day off today, it's pre-rest and we've just caught you. You managed to get another victory yesterday, so what a season you're having. Yes, luckily we've had some consecutive victories. And now it's the home straight, it's where you need to put the work in. And we're doing very well at the moment.
Solo había perdido creo que 2 veces en toda la temporada en su casa, así que le dimos mucho valor a esa victoria de ayer.
Bueno, y de camino a segunda división, es una barbaridad el papel del equipo esta temporada y la verdad es que a nivel.
So obviously you're on the way to second division and you're doing very, very well, and to come back, obviously you've come back from an injury, we've come back from a long time without being able to play.
Bueno, la lesión queda bastante atrás, es bastante tiempo que hace que he sufrido de la lesión, pero sí que es verdad que la temporada está yendo muy bien a nivel individual, sobre todo en estas últimas jornadas.
However, yes, I think the team is playing very well on an individual level.
Lo agradezco, ¿no? Porque al final creo que.
And I'm really happy about that.
mentalmente también, sobre
So I've
todo
worked
para
really hard. Obviously, I've put a lot of mental work in as well. I wanted to be at my physical best right now and at my psychological best as well.
en este momento es importantísimo porque queda muy poco y hay que darlo todo ya.
Obviously, there's not long left of the season and we've just got to give it everything now.
Es la del ascenso, sacáis una ventaja ya bastante amplia a los segundos al Depor y la verdad es que
Yes, I mean you are in the lead and you are you're putting some distance between the second one, which is the Deportivo. So I guess you're feeling really confident.
Le recortamos 6 puntos al Depor en su momento y ahora le sacamos 6.
Yes, I mean we're 6 points ahead at the moment, so we're really happy.
Pues nos puede pasar exactamente lo mismo, ¿no? Así que bueno,
But you know, anything can happen always, of course. You know, there's not long left, but at the same time, it feels like there's ages to go. But we are on the right track.
Y con mucha ilusión de esto que queda y bueno, no queremos que se nos escape. Y así lo estamos afrontando cada partido.
So we don't want the lead to slip away from us, so we're working hard for every match.
Poder estar ya en la liga de fútbol profesional.
And I'm just really grateful to be in professional football at the moment. So obviously we are also in the home straight now of the league as well. So I guess obviously the pressure is on for everybody at the moment, and you're all feeling that in Santander too. Yeah, of course. I mean, the Alaves Granada match the other day, I didn't know who to support either. You know, it's very complicated. I've been close to both teams. I think Mallorca needs to think that they're depending on other teams' results as well at the moment, and that I hope they get the maximum points possible. I don't think it will be decided until the very, very last match, unfortunately. But yeah, I hope they stay in First Division. I don't want to face up to Mallorca next year in Second Division anyway. So obviously, I just wish them all the best. And I hope they reach their goals. So an important match today for us up against Espanyol, who is having quite a calm and collected season. You know, they're doing pretty well, with directed by Vicente Moreno. It's always complicated when coaches have to go up against their ex-teams, so it's I think we're in for a good match. Yes, because I think that there's been this rivalry created in the last couple of years between Mallorca and Espanyol. Of course, with all this going up to First Division and everything, they're always neck and neck. I think Vicente Moreno knows the team very well. I think it's going to be a complicated game. However, I think you know, Espanyol are in kind of a comfortable position on the league board now, which makes them quite dangerous. But I think Mallorca know exactly how they're going to play as well, and that will make them not be complacent at all. So I think it's going to be complicated, but I think they're more than capable of winning. Yes, of course. So when you're up against direct rivals, that is almost like your daily bread when you're in this point in the league, in this part of the table. Yeah, I mean, you can't really even look at the calendar and say that you're going to be up against, at the end of the league, up against teams that are going to be in the bottom, because everybody's playing for something and everybody's got a lot to gain and a lot to lose in the league. So it's very difficult to say that, and I think it's all going to be decided towards the very end, and there's nothing we can do about it. Of course, it would be great if they could be playing at home, but you know, obviously it's like us at the moment. You know, we analyze the match before it happens, but there's only so much you can predict. But all matches are very complicated right now. All teams are playing for something, so there are definitely no easy matches. So what about Ricky Pereira? Has he adapted well to the team? Yes, so he's great. I'm really happy that he's here. I was talking to him about it before he even joined. So yeah, I did definitely put in a good word for him to join us. So I think if everything goes well for him, then I definitely I hope I get some commission on him. And I think he's having a really nice experience. He's going to enjoy the people. He's going to enjoy the stadium.
Hemos comido, como se dice la expresión, mucha M, como se dice, en el fútbol, los dos.
And yeah, I think we've both definitely had a tough road in football. And that's something we have in common, which I think is a really beautiful thing. So I hope that the results come for him this season. I wish that all the best for him. We share a lot of values and a lot of shared experiences, of course. We're also always really grateful and really happy about having had that time in the Mallorca team, and also a lot of suffering. And now that things have changed for the better, we just hope that they stay that way, and we hope that we can achieve our goals. Yes, of course. Well, we hope that we stay in First Division and you ascend to Second Division, and that way we won't have to face each other next year, and we can still have this very friendly interview. So we'll let you go now. This lovely day for you in Santander, lovely weather, and your children definitely are eager to get out and have some sun. Yes, of course. I mean, we've got a day off, so we've stayed around here. We've got days off until Tuesday, and it's very sunny for Santander today, so we have to take advantage because it's not a very sunny place. So we're going to go for a bit of a hike, and it's just going to be a family day together and to enjoy the landscape here. So thank you very much for talking to us today.
Acaba ya pues esta entrevista aquí con Cedric, que tiene ganas de no enfrentarse la temporada que viene al Mallorca.
Yes, so very clear that the ex-Mallorca player saying that he would not like to be faced up against us next year.
Se quede en la liga. Y si os parece, pues vamos a hacer la primera conexión ya con el RCD Stadium que tenemos por ahí.
So we are going to the RCD Espanyol Stadium for the first time and go to our colleague Dani Barjacova in his commentating box. Yes, so we will be going through Mallorca's starting lineup very soon. We're in our commentating box here in the stadium. Of course, we're always excited, but especially so today, because as you said very well earlier, we're on the home straight now, only 10 matches left. It's that part of the season where everything gets decided. People move upwards, people move downwards. There are people, of course, who are fighting for the league title. Some people like us are fighting to stay in the league. So as we know, the Mallorca players arrived a short while ago to the stadium. We can see some of the players on the pitch here speaking to some of the technical team. I can see Antonio Raillo speaking to the team's psychologist on the pitch there. It's also going to be an important match for him because he is coming back home. As we know, he used to play in Espanyol. So of course we were saying about that Arta the derby because Abdon Prats is with us, and the Espanyol also has a player from Arta. So it's a very small village in Mallorca, and they'll be up against each other. So it's definitely going to be a day when there's lots of players finding players that they've already played with, ex-coaches, ex-colleagues, and ex-teammates. But yes, I was on the plane this morning with many Mallorcans who were coming over to support the team in the match today. Luckily, Barcelona is a very short flight away. So of course, just to remind you that when the match begins, you will be able to still follow the match here on Play Red Live and also with your Movistar pack, should you have it. So yes, Espanyol, of course, is slightly more calm than us on 32 points, but they can definitely not become complacent either, because right now 3 points mean absolutely everything for the positions on the league board. Of course, we are only eager to see if we can get the victory today and the 3 points against Espanyol and repeat that routine that we've had when we've been up against this team in the past. So we are going to go through the starting lineup and we'll be talking to Pedro Rostoy very soon. So this is Luis García Plaza's bet today. Of course, Pablo Maffeo is off. So we've got Sergio Rico in goal, line of 4 on defense today with Jaume Costa on the left, the usuals in the middle, Raillo and Martin Valgent. A novelty on the right wing with Gio Gonzalez, substituting Pablo Maffeo today because of his accumulation of yellow cards. Got Baba and Antonio Sanchez in the midfield. Up top today, we've got Kang In Lee on the right wing, which means Taki Kubo is going to begin on the bench. Danny Rodriguez on the other side. Angel in the centre. And striking today at the top is Marishi. So, of course, they're very eager to see if they can score and reconcile themselves with goals. So it's a bit of a grey, cloudy day here in Barcelona, but it's a decent temperature. The sprinklers are on the pitch at the moment, so the team looks very concentrated, very eager to come out and battle today, of course. And we're hoping for an important and, above all, necessary victory for us. So yes, 11 warriors there who, of course, are going to be battling for that result. So Manolo, what do you think about this this option? Obviously, Kang In Lee substituting for Taki Kubo today and mixed it up a bit. Yes, I mean, Luis García Plaza, of course, knows them extremely well. He's given Take a rest at the moment. Kang In Lee, of course, wants to have that opportunity as well to show what he's worth, and hopefully there's going to be some surprises. And I hope that he has a really good match today. So yes, more changes, of course. We've got Jaume Costa coming on the left wing. And of course, because of the fact that Pablo Maffeo has to be off, that means Gio Gonzalez in his place. So a change on both wings. So the wingers will have to be running backwards and forwards very, very much today because they've got very dangerous wingers for Espanyol. Yes, I mean, we've got very good wingers anyway that can are very versatile and can move around the pitch very well. And it is true that in previous years and seasons, Mallorca had many problems on those positions. So thank you, Manolo. We will come back to you, but we're going to go in here from Pedro Rostoy at the moment, who's with our colleague Luis. Yes, we're here with the second manager, Pedro Rostoy. So what's the team looking like today? Yeah, they're excited. They're very, very eager to stop this bad routine that we've been having recently. So it's obviously Espanyol are going to be very eager too. They're playing at home. So obviously we've the recent defeats have cost us dearly. Yes, and they've been very balanced matches too. We think it's going to be balanced today as well. Both we know them and they know us very well. They always play at a very high level, especially when they're at home. But when we have played up against very big teams away, we've still done very well. We hope to repeat that today.
Sí, claro, además un chaval que ya comenté que es un chico con mucha experiencia, ¿no? Que viene de jugar en un grande de Sudamérica.
Yes, of course. I mean, putting on Gio Gonzalez today, he has a lot of experience. He knows exactly how to play football at this level. So we think he's a perfect candidate for this position today. They have strikers that are going to match him perfectly, and we'll see how the team faces up to those challenges and adapts to this.
Pues una horita
So Pedro Rostoy there.
que arranque ese partidazo ahí en el RCD Stadium y Manolo lo tiene clarísimo. Pedro Rostoy, estamos ilusionados.
So Manolo there's no doubt about it. Pedro Rostoy there highlighting how excited everybody is for the match that we're going to be witnessing today.
Sí, pero bueno, hay que mirar hacia adelante, no hay que mirar hacia atrás.
Yes, because we've just got to look forward. I mean, there's no point looking backwards. As he said, we've lost, but had very, very good matches. And he's right in the sense that it's going to be a very balanced match today. They obviously are going to be very eager to beat us, of course, and remain in their position on the leaderboard. But we just want to win. We want somebody to be defeated. So hopefully we can break up that cycle that we've been having recently.
Vicente Moreno, que jugará contra su ex equipo. Después también daremos el 11 del conjunto que hoy ha elegido precisamente Vicente.
So we will be having a look at Espanyol's starting lineup created by Vicente Moreno very soon. But we're going to go to our first publicity and ad break very quickly. And we'll be back with you very soon with our more pre-match coverage.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja veiem què passa, ja veiem què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
española con la que vuelan cada año más de 10 millones de pasajeros a más de 50 destinos en todo el mundo. Disfruta de la unión entre tecnología y confort que ofrecemos en nuestra renovada flota de aviones. Nos gustará verte pronto, muy pronto. En Europa, cada detalle cuenta.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Pues ya tenemos imágenes del RCD Stadium, partido que en menos de una hora ya.
So some live images here of the RCD Stadium here, which is going to kick off in less than an hour.
Con ganas de alejarse un poquito más de las posiciones de descenso.
Both teams, of course, extremely eager to distance themselves even more from the relegation zone. So I guess the stadium is quite empty still, but the atmosphere must be heating up. Danny?
¿Qué tal? Bueno, Esteban, bueno, sí, nada, en breve te lo cuento. Ahí estamos preparando, ya está confirmado, evidentemente.
Yes, we will be going through Español's starting lineup very soon.
La imagen, bueno, pues sí, la verdad es que las puertas de este RCD Stadium ya están abiertas, ya está entrando afición, ya está
Yes, the doors and the gates are open now. Fans are starting to enter and take their seats.
Hemos visto también desde aquí, pues,
there's music on the speakers, of course. We can see people getting ready for their warm-ups. I was watching Danny Pastor, the ex-Mallorca physical trainer and who is now working with Espanyol.
Pero que también lo ha saludado, como por ejemplo pues a la Sevilla, Franco Russo, bueno, algunos de los jugadores de Mallorca que estaban charlando tranquilamente sobre el césped o sentados en el banquillo, bueno, pues han estado saludando.
So yes, we could see lots of people having their pre-match chats on the.
Que también va a haber y que nos deja también este mundo del fútbol. Bueno, pues también, como decía antes, ¿no? Pues es un día en el que el hecho de pues estar aquí en Barcelona, ¿no? De la proximidad con la isla, pues también hace, ¿no? Que haya pues gente conocida, gente cercana, familiares, pues por ejemplo en el hotel.
So of course, lots of family and friends as well of the Mallorca players that are going to make their way to the stadium today, such as Javi Abris, who has got lots of friends that are studying in Barcelona, and they're going to make their way over to the stadium today to show their support.
Galarreta, ¿no? Que también está por aquí, se está recuperando, ya sabemos, ¿no? De esa lesión en la rodilla, esa operación y bueno, pues todo.
Galarreta, of course, who is recovering from his knee injury, is also in the stadium today to show his support for the team as well.
Pero bueno, tampoco hay que tener demasiada presión encima, ¿no?
So of course, even though it is a very important match, we can't, we can't obviously drown ourselves in dread and worry. We can't be too pessimistic either. Of course, we are excited to break that cycle.
Y el optimista o quién sabe también si el realista pues se va a agarrar a eso, ¿no? Que el equipo llega a las 10 últimas.
But of course, we must be realists or even optimists and hope that we are going to get that victory today.
El equipo ahora mismo pues depende de sí mismo y eso pues evidentemente yo creo que es una buena noticia, ¿no? Está claro que la dinámica no es buena, pero las dinámicas en el mundo del fútbol ya sabemos.
Of course, yes, the cycle has been pretty negative recently, but cycles are made to be broken and they can break very, very easily. So hopefully today will be the first day to do that. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be complicated, but we've got to keep looking forwards.
Esta es la primera y no hay que mirar para atrás. Estamos en zona todavía no estamos en zona de descenso y ya está. Hay que mirar contra el partido contra el Español, sacar.
We're not in the relegation zone yet, so that is that. We've got to try and focus on the positives.
Y ojalá que empecemos hoy y bueno y saquemos un buen resultado.
So hopefully today is the first day of the new cycle for us, and obviously we've got a rest week coming up after this, which is going to be an extremely important match as well. So hopefully we can take advantage of today. Yes, of course, we do have that rest week coming up, so we hope to go into that with a victory. That would do a lot for the team's morale and psychology for sure.
Getafe, también pues otro rival, ¿no? de esa zona baja, y luego recibimos la visita del Atlético de Madrid. Bueno, ya me estoy yendo un poquito lejos, vamos a lo más cercano, pero bueno, ese es el calendario más inmediato que tiene.
So obviously, it's impossible not to think about those future matches that we've got coming up.
Para ir dosificando esfuerzos y viendo a ver si podemos conseguir la victoria. Espérate, Esteban, si quieres te cuento, ¿no? Ese 11 me preguntabas antes del Español, pues venga, ya lo tenemos preparado, así que vamos a conocer.
So we are going to go and take you through the Espanyol starting lineup today.
Pues comentar el Español, que va a salir con el veteranísimo, no incombustible y porterazo Diego López en.
So they are putting Diego Lopez in goal today. Line of 4 in the back with Pedrosa on the left wing, Oscar Gil on the right wing. Partnership in the centre of Cabrera and Calero. Midfield today, we've got Barre and Herrera in the middle, Vilhena and Darder on the wings. And then striking for them today, Mbarba, and who's scored 13 goals this season already, and Raúl de Tomás, RDT. So bringing out all their biggest weapons today, of course, which was to be expected. So Manolo, what do you think about their players today? Yeah, well, they're going to play a 4-4-2, which is a very offensive proposal, of course. So we can't rest. There's going to be no rest for us today. We're going to have to be tailing them and marking them constantly. But yes, there are two teams that know each other very, very well. Vicente Moreno, of course, has even coached the team. And whoever has the most luck in the goal scoring area is going to be the team that takes away those 3 points. So hopefully we are overdue that luck, and hopefully we can we're going to be the team to take those points away. So we're going to remember a Mallorca victory against Espanyol.
Una victoria que consiguió el conjunto Bermellón, ese equipo que entrenaba en su momento Michael Laudrup. Ahí vemos la acción.
So Michael Laudrup was coaching, and at that point.
Bueno, siempre han sido encuentros moviditos contra el Español, Manolo.
So it's always been always been very, very high octave matches when we're up against Espanyol, right? Yes, I guess because we're always neck and neck, so it's always going to be intense. There was that missed penalty there.
Ojalá que se repita el mismo resultado que hubo hace años.
Estaría bien, un 1-2, vamos, lo firmamos ya, vaya portero a Camil, que ahora mismo con el VAR esta parada no.
Esta parada se repetiría el penalti. Sí, la verdad es que sí, se adelanta un metro y se ve claramente.
So yes, there was a penalty there, which was of course missed, but that action of the goalkeeper leaving the goal at least a meter will definitely have had to go on to VAR nowadays, but we won't talk anymore about that.
Vaya pólvora que también tenía en ese momento, en esos instantes.
So they really had an intense team back then, didn't they? So players that went on to play in Paris Saint-Germain. Vázquez there.
Que tenía el equipo periquito.
Sí, la verdad que tenía muy buen equipo, pero el Mallorca se puso bien ese gol en contra y la verdad que pudo remontar al final del partido.
Yes, of course, but Mallorca managed to come back and they managed to take away the victory in the end. So it was very impressive from them too.
El jugador que siempre también tenía la portería entre ceja y ceja, el chute de Chori Castro, que desvió.
Chori Castro took that free kick there. Then the Espanyol goalkeeper managed to hit it away with his hand. So he it definitely was seems to be the best player on the pitch for Espanyol at the time, that goalkeeper. And that offside action there from SUSCRÍBETE. But he definitely won that duel against Gameni.
Lo ha cambiado todo el VAR, ¿eh?
Probably though, even if this was now, that would have gone to VAR too, and that could have been another goal on the board for us.
Llegaba con peligro, sobre la portería de Dudu Aguate, que en esta ocasión lo hizo las mil maravillas para evitar el gol de Luis García. Y vemos a Pereira, que estaba haciendo un poco de trabajo de lateral izquierdo, casi.
Pereira there also on the pitch doing some work on the left wing for the team there. Yeah, but it was a very open match because both teams had a lot to gain out of it.
Dani, vaya bicho, era huevo,
Sí, la verdad es que sí, un jugador de mucha entrega, luchaba todos los balones, a ver, también tenía gol, no era un killer de muchísimos goles, pero sí que es verdad que era...
Of course, they were two very strong teams at the time, and there are some players there that gave a lot to Mallorca's success in those seasons.
Y sí, la verdad es que me acuerdo de él y fíjate, ¿no? Esta por arriba sí que no la perdona, la anterior pues no había podido girar bien la cabeza, pero en esta la enchufa bien, Manolo.
Sí, la verdad que...
Yeah, so he obviously did have luck in some matches and not so much luck in others, but that precise day was a good one for him, that is for sure.
Era un delantero muy difícil de cubrir.
Caramelito de Tejera, con la zurda también, vaya guante tenía.
Excellent pass from Tejera, we were seeing there as well. Who was also an ex-Espanyol player, apart from an ex-Mallorca player. So yes, it is very clear to see that these both teams have played very, very closely together, and that there's always a lot of turnover as well of players between the two teams.
Y bueno, ahí está otro remate, ¿no? De huevo al palo, que yo creo que hubiera podido marcar un hat-trick en este partido. Verdad que tenía poco espacio.
So Huevo there as well, once again shooting a goal. He nearly got a hat-trick in that match, in fact.
Esta acción de Mallorca, el último gol del partido, que llegó en los instantes finales. Mira, esta oportunidad aquí que le quedó a...
And we're witnessing the last goal of the match, which arrived in the last couple of moments.
El jugador japonés, ahora que estamos aquí en horario asiático, pues recuerden también a ese segundo japonés, ¿no?
Yeah, so there was that the second Japanese player there in Mallorca's history who did the first shot on the ball, the first shot at goal.
Hablamos antes de Pierre Huevo y ahora estoy hablando de memoria, yo creo que también está.
So we're talking about Huevo.
De asistente en el Osasuna, me parece. Yo creo que está en el cuerpo técnico de.
And I think now he is actually on the technical team of Osasuna Football Club, but we will we'll make sure that is right later.
Y bueno, salen ahora los porteros del Español, sale Diego López, también Oyer, también Joan García, bueno, los.
So we can see the Espanyol players coming onto the pitch now to start their warm-ups.
Porque todavía hay poquita gente, sí que es verdad que había buen ambiente aquí.
Quite a unassuming round of applause at the moment because the stadium is pretty much empty because it's still quite a while away from kickoff, so people are still enjoying their pre-match rituals with whoever they're coming to watch the match with. Of course, it is a difficult time for the commentators. We didn't know whether really to have lunch before we started filming. You know, I've had a big breakfast, but I really don't know if I'm going to be able to stick it out until the end of the match, to be honest.
Y la verdad que no sé, ahora estoy hablando de comida y me duele un poco la barriga, pero bueno.
So actually now I can hear my stomach rumbling as we talk about food, but we are seeing Sergio Rico move onto the pitch to begin his goalkeeper's warm-up. Of course, Manolo Reina is sanctioned, so he is not on the bench today, but we do have Leo Roman and Pere Joan warming up on the pitch. So that means that I think in 5 minutes or under we'll have the rest of the players warming up on the pitch.
45 minutos que va a arrancar este partido, el Mallorca que va a estrenar, ¿no?, esta jornada de domingo, luego pues cuando termine, pues lo típico, ¿no?, cuando vayamos de camino al aeropuerto y sobre todo pues.
So of course after the match today We will, of course, be extremely mindful of all the other results that we're expecting from the matches today, which will be decisive for Mallorca's position on the leaderboard. But yes, that is what is in store for us for the rest of the league. Match after match, not only focusing on us, but looking towards everybody else's results as well, and it's a constant comparison.
Pasado y va a ser un equipo también un partido muy difícil para el Cádiz porque bueno el Villarreal también tiene jugadores muy buenos. Gerard Moreno a veces
yes, of course. I mean, Cádiz against Villarreal. Cádiz have got an extremely important match today, but they are up against a Villarreal that has come off a Champions League run. So hopefully we can get a positive result for us from their match. That would be very useful for us.
Tenía que ganar alguien que fuera Granada porque bueno el Alavés lo tenemos ahí situado en la parte de atrás y
But of course, between Granada and Alaves, for example, we would hope for a Granada victory because Alaves, of course, we've got them on a more difficult position on the leaderboard.
Y quieras que no, pues bueno, son equipos que al final estos equipos, los Osasuna, pues no es que esté prácticamente salvado, pero ha hecho un partido muy importante para ellos contra un rival que bueno, que es una y cuando nosotros nos enfrentemos a los Osasuna, no sé si en la última jornada, pues el Osasuna ya tendrá los deberes hechos.
Of course, we will be up against Osasuna right towards the end of the leg. I think it's actually the last match of the season. So by then, we hope that Osasuna will have everything sorted out and they'll have done their homework. And hopefully that means that we will both be in a remaining position in First Division. Yes, so, I mean, the last time we were in First Division, Osasuna was our last rival that we were up against then too. I think hopefully that when we face them again this year, we will have had the work put in already, so it won't be one of those massively decisive matches that make or break the first division for us.
De Mallorca está y en esa sala de trofeos fantástica. Aquí en la cabina conmigo, tengo una silla aquí al lado, está vacía, va a tener invitado de lujo. Jugador del primer equipo, cuando esté aquí os lo cuento quién es, pero vamos a tener un jugador del primer equipo.
So I will actually be having somebody with me in the commentating box later who's going to be occupying the seat next to me. It's an ex-Mallorca player that you're all going to recognize very easily.
Esperemos que no grite mucho. Vamos a intentar calmarlo porque ver el partido desde la grada cuando tú eres jugador no es fácil. Se vive.
Of course, we know that watching a match from a commentating box when you're a player is no easy task.
Y enseguida pues estamos aquí y os lo presento.
Perfecto. Mira, tendremos invitado.
But we're waiting for his arrival, and I'm very excited to tell you who he is.
El cielo ganado, o sea, lo tenemos todo cubierto, bien cubierto, perdón. Con un jugador estarás ahí mano a mano, le tendrás que poner las cosas difíciles también al jugador,
Sí, bueno, lo verá de otra.
So it'll definitely be a challenge for you and for the player to have to be in the commentating box. Yes, well, we'll be very excited to see who he is. We're sure that he's going to be extremely nervous as well.
Que bueno, da para mucho 90 minutos más el descuento y bueno, lo va a ver desde otras perspectivas que a veces es bueno que lo
But my advice would be especially to just enjoy it. It's 90 minutes plus extra time is a pretty long match, so try and keep your nerves under control and just enjoy the experience.
Lo tendrá que agarrar un poquito con la mano, yo creo, al invitado que tendremos hoy ahí en la cabina de comentaristas. Pero bueno, vemos ya imágenes del calentamiento.
Yes, hopefully we will be here to guide him along the way anyway.
Yo creo.
So now we're approaching the last half an hour before kickoff. And of course, this is me speaking personally.
La verdad es que aquí es cuando ya empiezas a creer hasta el final, porque el equipo hoy.
But this is when people, even pessimistic people, start believing in the team and in a possible victory, and you've just got to roll with it until the end. Well, I mean, like Luis García Plaza has said, there's 10 league finals now to go until the end of the season, and we've just got to act like everyone is exactly that. Every single one is a final. And we've got to keep nerves under control. We know that we're in a bad cycle, but they have to finish at some point. And why not? Why can't it be today?
han sido positivos, pero no han traído nada de resultado.
The matches that we've had away have been very, very positive, but unfortunately we haven't managed to take any points away from them.
Pues otro partido muy importante que es contra Getafe y solo hay que mirar estos dos partidos que tenemos.
But yes, there's so many more important matches coming up, so we've just got to focus on each one, try and get something positive out of all of them.
También teníamos una mala racha, vino el Cádiz, vino el Bilbao y se ganó esos dos partidos y se miraba con otra.
But yes, as we say, I mean, we were having another bad cycle a couple of months ago, and then we had Cadiz and Villarreal, and we changed it. We managed to break it up.
Claro, lo has dicho tú ahora mismo, lo tiene la primera división que es lo que es que es la máxima.
So I mean, as we've been saying throughout the season, that at the end of the day is first division for you. Anything can happen, things change all the time.
Acaba uno y el siguiente ves el calendario y dices, madre mía, tengo que batallar contra.
You know, one match is over, and then you take a look at the calendar, and you're already thinking, oh my gosh, we're already going up against this rival next, and and this right at the end of the league, we've just got to remember that everybody's playing for something. Some people are playing to survive, some people are playing to win, but everybody has a lot to gain and a lot to lose.
Pero es que en este tramo, en el de menos 10 partidos, todos se están jugando todavía el afianzar su objetivo.
Sí, todos.
But of course, everybody still is battling for their goals. There's nothing set in stone.
En competiciones europeas y nadie te regala nada, o sea, el español hoy no creo.
Yeah, of course, and nobody gifts you anything in first division either. So you've still got to work right until the end.
Salir de esa mala racha, sobre todo de resultados y nada más, y coger aire, sobre todo para lo que queda, que como hemos dicho, son 10 finales, esta es la primera, y intentar sacar algo positivo.
So as we say, you've just got to take a deep breath now and get ready for what's going to be 10 extremely difficult matches until the end.
Y no hay que mirar más allá porque, bueno, estos 3 partidos son muy importantes para el Mallorca y ojalá que empezamos hoy.
And we know that the next couple of matches are going to be vital for us, and hopefully we can kick them off today with something positive.
Vaya doble pivote se ha quedado en el equipo de Luis García Plaza, contención pura, recuperación pura, pero también en la salida de balón. A lo mejor tendría que ser un poquito más en las piernas de Antonio Sánchez, ¿no? Esa salida de pelota, pero a nivel defensivo.
So I guess Antonio Sanchez will have to put in a lot of work today, but we are looking very good from a defensive point of view. Yeah, I mean, in first division, the whole point is to not concede many goals. We unfortunately, in the last one, we did concede a couple, but we don't seem to be able to score the goals. So that is the main objective of today, stopping that bloodbath of conceded goals.
Baba como Antonio Sánchez, pues bueno, no lo vamos a decir, están haciendo una gran temporada y ojalá que hoy esos dos pivotes pues tengan su trabajo pero le den rendimiento al Mallorca.
Esperemos que.
So hopefully those wingers today are going to do their job very well and give us that confidence and support that the rest of the players will need to feel from them. Of course, Maurici, when he joined after Christmas, he made a massive impact on the team and on the dynamics and on the fans as well. So hopefully he'll be back now and fighting fit, and maybe he can find goal scoring opportunities once again.
Que no quiere decir que sea malo, ¿no? Pero que es Salva Sevilla, ¿no? Y encima pues con 4 goles desde los 11 metros.
So yes, because when we revise the statistics, our maximum goal scorer this season at the moment is Salva Sevilla, which obviously is not a bad thing. But of course, he is not a striker, so and most of them have come from free kicks or from the 15-meter mark. Yeah, I mean, hopefully the strikers will have their opportunities to put the ball in the back of the net.
A día de hoy los delanteros, aparte de meter goles, tienen que presionar, tienen que robar, tienen que hacer muchas cosas.
I mean, nowadays, apart from scoring, strikers have so many more jobs to do. They need to steal balls, they need to be good at passing, they need to win those battles. But they're all more than capable of scoring, and as soon as Maurici signed for Mallorca, he brought so much to the team. So hopefully he's going to give his put his part in today, and the team and everybody is going to see that and appreciate that, of course. And let's see if there are any free kicks that turn into headers for him today. That would be great. Yes, since the match against Betis, he has not been able to score. So hopefully today is going to be the day for him. And also Kangin Lee, who has not been playing that much recently. He's usually brought on in the second half, but he definitely brings something to the team. And Take is going to begin on the bench today. But Kangin Lee can definitely be one of those players that determine the outcome of a match. Yes, well, both Take Kubo and Kangin Lee have similar profiles. They can both play on that position with a different foot, of course. And Kangin Lee today will be extremely eager to show what he's worth to Luis García Plaza. And he's extremely motivated. We've seen that in the warm-ups and the training sessions. And we've got to trust Luis García Plaza's decisions as well, of course. So Mallorca usually come onto the pitch to warm up a good 5 or 10 minutes before their rivals. We can see Take Kubo there at the back of this image. We can also see Gio González. As we said earlier, Gio González is going to be on to substitute for Pablo Maffeo today, as Pablo Maffeo is off because of his accumulation of yellow cards. Yes, well, I think I have a lot of confidence in Gio. I think he's going to do very, very well. He knows exactly where he has come from. The talent is definitely there. And the good thing is that there's 4 players that are able to be in those defensive wings. So Luis García Plaza has the pick of the bunch, but unfortunately we've received some injuries recently. But we definitely have our wings covered.
No sabes en qué momento comer, si en la previa, si durante el partido, si en el post. Nosotros lo tendremos un poquito más difícil, pero bueno, no pasa nada. Hoy comeremos.
So of course, yes, Danny, it was saying again a difficult time for you today because you will not be able to really have anything to eat until the match commentary is over. But then, yeah, I guess that's with the nerves that come with the match and commentating the match, you may not even be hungry anyway. But there have been lots of 2 p.m. matches for Mallorca this season, so we're all pretty used to it by now.
Que jueguen, pues nosotros si no tenemos que comer, pues no comeremos, no pasa nada.
And of course, if you've got to skip lunch today, then we will skip lunch, and there's absolutely no problem at all. Well, yeah, I mean, just to point out, the players had to have their meal at 10:30 a.m. this morning, so they have to make their sacrifices as well, of course, and they have a lot to eat at that point, so obviously they need their energy levels to stay up.
Nuestra querida Nuria Granados se enfadará conmigo porque me dirá, pero ¿qué estás diciendo? No tiene ni idea. Pero sí, han comido a las 10:30 de la mañana y bueno, pues sí, horario que ya están acostumbrados, ¿no? Porque estamos acostumbrados a...
So as Manolo was saying, they are quite used to it because there have been many 2 p.m. matches this season.
Cuerpo aclimatado para este partido. Tenemos ahí a los jugadores efectivamente calentando sobre el césped. Estoy ya pues viendo, ¿no? Ya tengo ubicados, ¿no? A los aficionados del Real Mallorca que van a presenciar este partido en directo. Aquellos, ¿no?, que hayan comprado.
So we can see those Mallorca fans now in the stadium, the ones that have made their way to Barcelona. There's of course that area that is facilitated for Mallorca club members and die-hard Mallorca fans.
En las esquinas del estadio, en la parte superior, en la digamos, pues en esa zona, ¿no?, reservada para la afición visitante, ya están tomando posiciones. Ya les veo desde aquí. Es verdad que tengo una estructura bastante importante que me tapa un poco la visibilidad de esa parte de la grada.
So I do have a pretty good view of the match today, although there is a structure that covers a portion of the pitch, unfortunately, but hopefully that won't cause me too many problems while I commentate later.
De Somos, del Luis de Mallorca Estadi, el español que dejó ese campo de Montjuïc con esas pistas de atletismo, pues para la historia. Yo creo que este campo, luego lo busco, ¿no?, pero pues debe tener 10, 11 años este nuevo estadio, y se hizo pues un poco a imagen y semejanza, ¿no?, esos estadios de la Premier League con gradas así pues un poquito más empinadas, el césped.
So yes, it is an interesting stadium this today. It's not so high up as many stadiums are, but the atmosphere is great here. It's a 13-year-old stadium. 2009.
Sí, sí, además yo creo que estuve aquí, no el día que lo estrenaron ni mucho menos, pero sí que la temporada aquella que el Mallorca jugó aquí, estábamos en primera división también.
Yes, I remember the year that it was opened. We were also in first division and we played here. I was on the pitch. I was in the stadium. One of my first matches as a journalist. And I think it was Sergi Enrique's debut for Mallorca that day, actually, or maybe it was Abdon Prats. But I don't usually have these kind of memory blips. But I'm not sure who was debuting that day.
También para la cantera del Real Mallorca de este RCD Stadium, que antes tenía otro nombre, ¿no?, con otro nombre comercial, y también lo han cambiado.
So of course this stadium did used to have a commercial name, and since then they've brought it back to RCD Stadium.
En primera división hace tiempo, y es buen momento para volver a vivir una victoria de estas características, Esteban.
Pues veremos si se consigue pues hoy ganar aquí en el RCD Stadium. No creo que haya ningún jugador.
So yes, hopefully we can manage to win today in this RCD Stadium.
Que sea para marcar goles, sí, que debute, que consiga algún gol, alguno que todavía no lo haya hecho. Estaría bien.
And hopefully there could be a goal for somebody who maybe has not scored yet this season. That would be really, really positive for us. But of course, we don't mind who scores as long as those balls go into the back of the net and the points go up on the scoreboard, of course.
Aún no ha llegado, creo que nuestro comentarista lujo, pero Manolo te iba a decir,
So I think that our guest commentator has not arrived yet with you, Danny, in the commentary box. But I was just looking at the statistics as well, and it seems that Mallorca has not won on a Sunday this season yet. Well, today has to be their opportunity then. I mean, maybe Mallorca just doesn't like Sundays because we want to rest on Sundays, But yes, I mean, they're really energetic today. They've had lunch at 10:30, so it could be that time for us. And statistics are made to be broken. So you've just got to remain positive, look forward, and just and carry on with everything. Well, thinking about that 2009-2010 season match, which was a 0-0 draw.
Meses antes, pero bueno, la primera visita al Mallorca en primera fue ese partido. Efectivamente, Sergi Enrique debutó minuto 68 del encuentro.
And yes, it was Sergi Enrique's debut on the 61st minute.
Y sí, pues ese fue
substituting Barella.
El partido que os comentaba antes con el debut de Sergi Enrique, del jugador menorquín. Pues ahí estaba, ¿no? Marcó Osvaldo, buen delantero que tenía el Español aquel año, me acuerdo, Osvaldo, y empató Borja Valero de penalti en el minuto 80. Y ese partido
Valdo was striking for Espanyol, we must point out as well.
que son datos que he visto, no es por nada, pero siempre sabemos que nos gusta hacer un poquito de contragafe, que se dice. No hemos ganado esta temporada ningún partido en domingo y tampoco.
So yeah, however, statistics are fun to look at. So we haven't won any Sundays this season, and we have also not won when we've been playing at 2 p.m. So, well, just to add insult to injury now, we're looking at those images and has started to actually pour down. So that is something that we weren't expecting a couple of minutes ago. Yes, I did actually see some people walking around the stadium with umbrellas a couple of minutes ago, and I actually thought, what are they doing with umbrellas? You know, it's not that bad a day today, it's looking pretty good. And then turned my reaction to the actual grass, and yes, it is heavily raining right now. Of course, it was forecast, but when we got up to date and left the hotel, it didn't seem like it was actually going to give in the end.
Hoy se bañarán un amigo, pero no pasa nada. Si es para conseguir los 3 puntos que se constipen una semana, que tenemos luego descanso, ¿eh?
No, sí, yo creo que alguno ya de
However, we do have to leave everything on the pitch today because after that we've got our rest week.
Y se ha cumplido, ¿no? Así que bueno, pues un aliciente más para darle ese puntito de épica. Vamos a ver si es unas nubes pasajeras. La verdad es que el cielo muy gris, muy tapado. Bueno, se retira ya.
So unfortunately, it is a very overcast day now here today.
Los porteros pues se van un poquito antes. También salen un poquito antes. Sigue de momento el calentamiento de los.
So Sergio Rico and the goalkeepers are exiting the grass now. We know that they usually finish their warm-up slightly before the rest of players.
Y que vais viendo, pero bueno, aquellos que nos escucháis, pero no estáis pendiente de la imagen, os lo cuento. Rico en la portería, Costa, Valgen, Raillo y Gio González.
So going through that lineup again with Sergio Rico, Baba and Antonio Sanchez midfield, Danny Rodriguez and Kangin Lee on the striking wings, and then Angel and Marishi in the middle. So as I said before, we are going to have a special guest here in the commentating box with me. And actually, I can reveal it now, it is going to be Pablo Maffeo, which we are extremely excited about. He is off at the moment, he is sanctioned, but he wanted to be here, he wanted to be near his teammates, showing his support. So we have invited him with us to the commentating box, and he very luckily for us accepted that offer. So obviously lots has been said about him this week as well, and lots been said about his performance against Real Madrid. So it is going to be an absolute treat for us to have him here with us.
Sigue lloviendo, mucha gente que ha ido a refugiarse, ¿no? Hasta que empiece el partido, pues en esas zonas un poquito más tapadas.
So still raining here in the stadium, lots of people seeking a more covered part of the stands, of course, now.
Puede ser, ¿no? Que la gente de abajo pues se pueda mojar un poquito, pero bueno. Nada, sigue el calentamiento, no sé si teníamos preparados una pausa o no, pero bueno, aquí estamos. 17 minutos a las 2 de la tarde que arrancará este partido.
So yes, he is still waiting for Pablo Maffeo before this kick-off time at 2 p.m. So we are going to go to a short and very quick ad break while we wait for Pablo Maffeo to arrive to the commentators box, because we are only 17 minutes away from kick-off now. Well, I'm just feeling very concentrated and eager for the beginning of the match now.
Terminando el calentamiento y bueno, y parece que el campo va a estar rápido porque bueno, ha empezado la lluvia.
It looks like it's going to be obviously a quick process today because of the rain and the wind now. So everything is going to be done quite efficiently as possible. But I think things are looking good, and we hope that Mallorca can get a positive outcome today.
Ya iba a decir 39, vamos, no, todavía no, porque no hay en primera división. 29 ya de la Liga Santander.
So yes, as we said, it is the 29th round of La Liga Santander. Just 10 battles left until the end of the season. So we're nearly there now. We're just 16 minutes away from kickoff, and we'll be with you back very soon.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja aviam què passa, ja aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia al 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Pues seguimos en nuestro Play Red Live, tenemos imágenes ya de ahí, de los aficionados del Mallorca aplaudiendo, yo creo ya a los jugadores del
So
Mallorca.
we are back in our pre-match coverage. We've got some images there of the Mallorca fans.
Rememorar lo que fue el partido de ida de esta Liga Santander entre.
So we are going to go back and remind you of how the first round of the league match between Espanyol and Real Mallorca went. It was, of course, in the Mallorca Stadium and ended up 1-0 with a goal from Dani Rodriguez. So we've got some images there of that match. Ferninho was on the pitch that day as well. Diego Lopez. It was the 27th of August, actually. It was one of the first legs of the league. And Ferninho definitely had his protagonist moments in the match.
Ahora veremos el gol de, me parece, de Dani Rodríguez en esta jugada. Me parece que sí, sí.
Yes, I think we're going to witness Dani Rodriguez's goal now. So that was his first goal of the league this year for him. Jordi Mbola was there as well. Very, very good pass from Martin Balja, we must say.
A ver si se repite la jugada. Y bueno, la verdad que terminó muy bien la acción Dani Rodríguez y bueno, fue el gol de la victoria.
Y me acuerdo que no estaba nada contento Vicente Moreno ni los jugadores de España después de ese partido. Fue un partido que es verdad que solo quedaron 1-0, pero que el Mallorca tuvo muchísimas oportunidades para llevarse.
There were many goal scoring opportunities for Mallorca in that match.
La diferencia hubiese sido un poquito más amplia.
There were many chances for that goal amount and the scoreboard to be completely different.
Nos tenemos que colocar siempre las cámaras para seguir bien de cerca al míster, a Luis García Plaza, que hoy Manuel estará nerviosillo, debe tener ganas el técnico del Mallorca de conseguir los 3 puntos.
Sí, sobre todo
So of course Luis García Plaza today is going to be very nervous and eager to change things around for his psyche as well. Yeah, of course, and I mean, look at the support there from the Mallorca fans. You can see how much it means to them as well, who've made the effort to come all the way here.
Poquitos aquí en esta grada, pero decía Dani, que seguramente alguno también por ahí repartido por el campo, porque lo decimos, al final Barcelona pues es un sitio donde hay mucha gente estudiando, hay mucha gente viviendo, sobre todo pues que son amantes del Mallorca y seguro que están repartidos por el estadio. Y nada, la verdad es que
So of course there will be many more Mallorca fans that are dotted around the stadium, of course. So 8 minutes away from kickoff now, everybody is extremely excited.
Pero sobre todo para empezar esta recta final de 10 partidos, pues un poquito también más tranquilos, ¿no? En cuanto a...
Of course, the victory today would change the dynamic completely because as we are entering that last home straight of 10 matches, we would want to enter it in a more confident tone. Of course, you know, we do have this rest week coming up as well now, so the way we go into it really does make all the difference.
Sobre todo el siguiente partido y con otra energía y sobre todo pues salir de esta dinámica de malos resultados y ojalá que empiece hoy y esta es la primera final de las 10 que tenemos.
Yeah, I really hope that today is that turnaround point for us because it would make the world of difference for us with our looking towards the end of the league.
Pero es que claro, en ambos conjuntos hay jugadores de mucha calidad. En el centro del campo, por ejemplo, el español que saldrá con Ángel Herrera.
The midfield looks extremely strong for both teams today, actually.
Y el Mallorca, pues, que con jugadores como Dani, Kangin, como Ángel, pues también pueden tener por ahí sus oportunidades. Lo que sí sé es que creo que...
And that obviously creates even more opportunities for players such as Ángel or Kangin, perhaps. But that means that there's going to be a lot of going backwards and forwards, I predict, for the match because of this such strong midfield in both senses.
Yo siempre digo que es mejor jugar con lluvia que no con viento, o sea que...
Yes, however, and also with regards to the weather, I always say that it's much better to play with wind than with rain than it is with wind. So we can be grateful for that. And of course, everybody's just going to be really eager to watch a good match. The ball is going to be moving very, very fast. And hopefully we can take advantage of those opportunities that come our way. So going back to Danny there in the stadium, you're waiting very patiently for Pablo Maffeo still, of course.
Bueno, ahora mismo no está lloviendo, ha parado de llover. Sí que es verdad que caen algunas gotitas, pero bueno, va a ir yendo.
Yes, the rain is dying down a little bit. It's still raining for sure, but it's not as bad as it was before. Not a full house at the moment in the stadium, not nearly a full house, in fact.
El Español esta temporada, pero lo cierto es que de momento poquito ambiente para lo que es este estadio, ¿no?
So of course, considering the magnitude of the stadium, it's not the fantastic atmosphere that we were expecting, perhaps.
Del estadio en una de las gradas, como decía, la afición del Mallorca, pues también que ya lo está viviendo con intensidad.
However, Mallorca fans are definitely experiencing everything as much as they can and enjoying the intensity of the situation.
La Fundación Catalana del Síndrome de Down, porque bueno, mañana 21 de marzo es el Día Mundial de esta enfermedad y bueno, pues estos chavales...
Tomorrow, by the way, is World Day for Down syndrome, so there are several people that suffer from Down syndrome here in the stadium today. And they will, of course, have some of the best seats in the house so they can enjoy the match as much as possible. Just going through the lineup of refereeing team here. So Cebrián Davis and Ferro Grande are going to be on VAR.
Recordado, pero bueno, ya veis a todos los cámaras, los compañeros de la prensa gráfica, y también pues estará por ahí nuestra fotógrafa y nuestros fotógrafos esperando, ¿no?, la salida ya de los jugadores. Veo también ya Pedro.
So you can see the photographers there waiting for the arrival onto the grass of the teams. They can take the official photos. You can see Ferniño on the sidelines as well.
Los jugadores que seguramente van a estar ya pues saliendo, lo hacen en este momento, saltan ya los 22 protagonistas, lo hacen pues con esta camiseta, ¿no?, los dos equipos hoy para luchar.
So both teams making their way onto the grass. Shirts especially designed for today for football against racism as well, we must point out. course, and everybody extremely staunchly positioned against any form of racism on or off the pitch. There were several racist chants detected in the stadium in the last couple of matches, which were heavily condemned, of course, and these measures have been put into place to prevent things like this from happening still.
Los jugadores que ya se preparan, ¿no?, para esa fotografía de rigor. Los jugadores tanto del Mallorca y del Español que van a hacer hoy fotografía conjunta, ¿no?, con esas camisetas.
So yes, there is going to be a joint photograph today with those anti-racism t-shirts and the kit. Vicente Moreno is going over to the Mallorca bench now to greet the players. Of course, some of his ex-players. And he's also greeted Luis García Plaza a short while ago as well.
Que tienen también, ¿no?, pues esa rivalidad, ¿no?, uno del otro, y rivalidad sana, por supuesto, y bueno, pues hoy se vuelven a enfrentar y esperemos, ¿no?, que de nuevo la victoria caiga del lado mallorquinista, del lado de Luis García Plaza. Ahí estaba, ¿no?, pues ese saludo que os contaba Esteban Ramón. Están ya los jugadores del Mallorca preparados para vivir esa piña.
So the Mallorca players now ready for that picture, for that photograph. It's 2 minutes away from kickoff. The captains are shaking hands. Antonio Raillo and Diego López, the captain for Espanyol. Sergi Darder also going towards the center of the pitch.
Y nada, pues aquí está la fotografía también de rigor de los capitanes con la tripleta arbitral. Darder, que ya vuelve al terreno de juego. Y bueno, pues la piña de los jugadores del
Darder taking his position once again. And here we go. It's we're nearly done here.
Empieza lo bueno, Manolo.
But and now the party starts, Manolo. Yes, so hopefully now the nerves are behind us and we're just going to go out there and give it everything we've got and break up this dynamic.
Va a jugar el Mallorca desde el centro del campo. Está ya preparado Ángel Rodríguez para poner.
So Ángel Rodríguez is there. He's ready to have the first touch on the ball today. But it actually is going to be Antonio Sanchez in the end. The referee just checking that everything is ready with his linesmen and women.
Viene Pablo Maffeo con nosotros, que los comentábamos antes. Y arranca el partido.
And here we go. Just as kickoff commences, we've got Pablo Maffeo here with us, who's just arrived in our commentating box. So Mallorca gets the first touch on the ball today. A microphone there for Pablo Maffeo. A bottle of water for you here as well.
Buenas tardes. Bueno, hoy partido imagino que raro para ti, ¿no? De estos que acércate un poquito.
So a bit of a weird match for you today, of course.
Partido imagino que vas a vivir con muchos nervios, ¿no?
Sí. It's going to be a very nervous experience for you. Yeah, it's definitely not the same to play than to watch it from afar.
Esperemos que salga bien. Pues nada.
So I hope everything works our way.
Lo que vayas viendo con total libertad. Tenemos a Pablo Maffeo en directo en esta retransmisión aquí con nosotros.
Yes, of course. So please commentate with us with total freedom. We're really, really happy to have you with us here today in our commentating box. So Mallorca has the first possession and it goes to Baba, go to Costa, who goes back to Antonio Sanchez, who raises his head. Pedrosa blocks him there very well. And Espanyol going back to the start from goal, Diego López. So Pablo, what do you think of the team at the moment this week?
Sí, la verdad que llevamos bastante tiempo entrando bien, aunque los resultados no hayan acompañado. Entonces,
Yes, I mean, despite the fact that the results haven't gone our way, we have been looking really, really good.
Así que, bueno, estando juntos y eso, pues es todo más fácil.
But of course, getting 3 points today would make everything so much easier for us. So Espanyol in possession, but Martin Valgent steals the ball and passes to Ángel Rodríguez. Maurici takes it and they leave it for Ángel Rodríguez once again. We're near the goal scoring area. Goes to Kangin Lee, who passes backwards. It's a foul on Kangin Lee, but the referee is not whistling it. Jaume Costa recovers on the left wing, sorry. So good start, Manolo, for Luis García Plaza's team. Yes, at the moment, Espanyol have had to fold back on themselves, and which gives Mallorca a lot more moving space. Baba and Maurici in possession. So Diego Lopez now in possession for Espanyol, who passes to Pedrosa. It's a short pass to Calero. Darder to They're also looking for the incorporation and assistance from Oscar Gil, but Kangin Lee is there ready to steal. Bare and Darder. Ángel Rodríguez is on their tail. Back to Bare now. Good for Mallorca at the moment, trying to find all those gaps. So foul there, whistled by the referee, so the ball is going to go to Espanyol. Both managers on their feet. Espanyol takes the ball away now. Rayo defends. There's going to be a throw-in for Espanyol. Oscar Gil, the winger, is ready to place the ball where it needs to be. Short pass to RDT, and they're playing with Pedrosa too. Have to be careful with the rebound there. Sergio Rico moves away, breaks away. So we've got to be very careful, Pablo, because RDT is a very powerful player. Yes, and he has been showing that for many, many years, as well as the fact that we know that he's good at scoring, and he finds those gaps. Header from Kangin Lee there. And that could be a penalty, or it has gone out now. We're going to watch that back. The action with Cabrera there.
Tenemos aquí un monitor de televisión, Pablo, pero bueno, en directo ha parecido ahí como mínimo dudosa. En posición correcta, por cierto, de Ángel Rodríguez. Digo porque no hay fuera de juego. Y bueno, puede ser que toque balón, no lo sé. Aquí igual se va a ver mejor. No sé qué decir, ¿eh? Y también tengo dudas de si es dentro del área o si es en la
So we don't know here. We don't know if it was in the goal scoring area. Play is stopped at the moment. Referee letting everybody know that they are revising the play. So yes, nobody really seems to touch the ball. It does actually look like it was Ángel. And it's inside the goal scoring area, so could this be a penalty?
¿Estás revisando
Sí,
todavía?
llevamos ahí un minuto y vamos a tener un minuto más de tiempo porque lo va a revisar bien el VAR. La primera.
So of course there is going to be a different outcome because they are definitely they're revising and re-revising on VAR.
Correcta que llega antes que el defensa central. Y jugada en revisión ahora mismo, posible penalti a favor del Real Mallorca. Continúan las
So it
deliberaciones.
could be a possible penalty for Mallorca now. They're still revising this on VAR.
En el VAR en el día de hoy. Y vamos a ver, porque yo, lo decía Manolo Moya, puede ser penalti. Desde luego el balón no lo toca. Pero claro.
Of course, we would be extremely grateful and welcome this penalty with open arms, but we'll see where it goes.
Al monitor, seguramente.
Yo no sé si están revisando que es dentro, si es dentro o fuera del área, porque no entiendo que sea tanto tiempo. Deben estar mirando que sea dentro o
I
fuera.
don't know what they're actually looking at, says Esteban, because it seems that they're revising it far too much in case they're only looking at this. But it could be a penalty. It is. They're still revising this now.
No sé si va a haber esa acción anterior o va a haber la acción del penalti, pero bueno, mucha tensión también ahí abajo. Jaume Costa pidiéndole un poquito de calma a Vicente Moreno.
Jaume Costa is getting pretty nervous and he's asking for some calm from Vicente Moreno. Referees still revising. However, it seems when you watch it back, it does seem very, very clear to us. So, as a defense player, Pablo, what do you think? Well, I would whistle a penalty towards us. So they're still looking as to whether it was in or out of the goal scoring area. So Diego Lopez walking over to the fourth linesman to try and pile some pressure on because we have been revising this for a very long time now. So that is it, and we'll see. And it's going to be a foul in favor of Espanyol. And it's actually going to be a yellow card for Jaume Costa. So we can't believe that. That is absolutely unbelievable. We've gone from a possible penalty in our favour to fouls against us instead. So no penalty for Ángel Rodríguez there. And instead, the referee is focused on the previous action by Jaume Costa and fouled him instead. And that may even mean that Jaume Costa could miss the next match for accumulation of yellow cards. Well, I don't think it might be best for me not to say too much actually, because I probably shouldn't give my opinion on that action. Yes, it does seem that the referee did the easy option and whistled a foul for what he thought was simpler at the time. So we'll see how the match evolves after this. Jaume Costa sends the ball to out, which means it's a throw-in for Espanyol. However, now we're on a throw-in for Mallorca. Jaume Costa is going to take it. Long pass from him, looking for Marici, but goes to Espanyol's defense at the moment. Raillo defending very well. And it goes out, so it's going to be a ball for Mallorca once again. Well, the team does look quite good, quite intense at the moment, so I'm happy about that. So, some laughs there because there was a clear foul on a Mallorca player, but it's not been whistled by by the referee. So Espanyol in possession, looking for Oscar Gil, but they find Kangin Lee instead, which ends up in a corner, the first one of the match, and it is going to be for Espanyol.
Corner, preparado ya. Ya que es Adrien Barba, sí. Preparado para ponerla desde la esquina a la izquierda de la portería de Sergio Rico. El Mallorca que defiende con todo, ahí está.
So Mallorca is defending with absolutely everybody they've got. Important moment for Sergio Rico. Kangin Lee receives the corner and tries to distance themselves from danger. But Oscar Gil recovers for Espanyol.
Con lo que acaba de pasar en el RCD Stadium, ¿no?
Well, Danny, we must say that everybody on social media is absolutely flabbergasted and completely shocked by what they just saw with that refereeing decision. Lots of anger, of course, towards that decision. But as I'm trying to say, I mean, we can just the only thing we can do is to keep going forwards. Yes, I mean, we could debate for hours as to whether it was a foul or not, but as you say, Esteban, we've just got to focus on what's coming up next. Darder, who passes backwards to Cabrera. Ball goes to Martin Valgent now. Back to Danny Rodriguez and Baba. Lots of ground to gain now. Jaume Costa approaching slowly, leaves the ball for Kangin Lee, who goes back to Costa, and that's got to be a corner for Mallorca. Very, very quick attack there from Mallorca, very impressive. Yes, Jaume Costa is relentless despite him being 34 years old. He never stops. Yes, I mean, you run a lot. You probably run more than him, but at the end of the day, you are a lot younger than him too. Yeah, exactly. I mean, his age and his speed is just is incredible. So the ball goes to Jaume Costa, passes to Kangin Lee. Rebound by Marishi into Diego Lopez's hands. So Marishi won that battle against Espanyol's defense and managed to head it in, but unfortunately went into Diego Lopez's hands.
Que Pablo tenía que estar ahí en el segundo palo, pero bueno, no pasa nada porque bueno, fíjate tú si Pablo estaría ahí y seguramente con ganas y la verdad que
Yes, well, obviously we're missing Pablo a lot today. If he had been there on that second post, that might have gone in, but we're glad that he's here with us instead. Darder on the counter-attack now, leaves it for Mbarba. Gil passes right. It's a dangerous approach now from them. Gio and Danny Rodriguez and Angel in possession for Mallorca now. Back to Gio. And Pedrosa recovers the ball for Espanyol.
Madre mía. Metí un gol y ahora me meten ahí todo el rato y no...
Te ponen ahí a rematar cada vez, ¿eh?
Muy mal perdido.
Pero bueno, oye, algún otro caerá, ya verás.
Ojalá, ojalá.
Cuidado, que se la quiere llevar y se la lleva Herrera. Ese balón para RDT, la frontal del área, la pone atrás.
So the ball goes to RDT now and passes backwards. Mbarba and Jaume Costa in possession. Going to be a corner for Espanyol now, second one of the match for them.
Y ahí los corres, Pablo, mucha tensión, imagino, ¿no? Siempre.
Sí, porque al final, tanto en defensa como...
So corners are always very tense moments of the match. Yeah, especially because now you've got to be so careful with everything with VAR and you've got to watch that you're not doing handball or anything like that.
Ahí está el saque de esquina, la pone en Barba buscando RDT, rechazó muy bien Murici en ayuda defensiva, pero vuelve a ser balón para el Espanyol.
So ball back to Espanyol now, passing back to their goalkeeper.
En largo buscando a Raúl de Tomás. Bien la cabeza ahora de Gio. La dejó para Rodríguez, este atrás con Martin Balgen. Ya la tiene Antonio de nuevo para
Antonio in possession now for Mallorca, passes to Daniel Rodriguez, who goes down. That should be a foul, but is again not whistled by the referee. So the ball goes to Darder of Espanyol. The player who is actually from Mallorca, playing with Cabrera. Keidi Barea playing with Oscar Gil.
Presiona un poquito Baba, también Murishi. Lo intenta por el otro costado el conjunto Perico. No, pues va a volver a insistir por aquí con Sergi Darder. Keidi Baré. Balón para Vilena. Delante Jaume Costa, se lanzó al suelo. Murishi que pone el pie.
Ball goes to Vilena.
Punto estuvo de favorecer a Raúl de Tomás.
A rebound there which almost benefited Espanyol, but Raillo was very quick on the defense. And it's going to be another corner for Espanyol now.
Sí, creo que este año, esta temporada, tanto él como Raúl de Tomás creo que son los jugadores más importantes del Español y creo que en muchos partidos.
Yeah, I think Espanyol has some really important players, and actions like this one or with anyone that involves RDT, that really shows the talent that they have.
Y ese balón parecía que lo había parado Jaume Costa, pero no. Eran las manos de Sergio Rico.
So there was a rebound there that came off one of the Espanyol players, and it looked like it could have gone straight into the goal, but luckily Sergio Rico was there in time and being extremely watchful.
La pone largo el portero buscando a Murishi, otro duelo aéreo ganado. A ver si se puede aprovechar Dani, que la pone de cabeza buscando aquí a Ángel, que se vuelve a pelear con dos defensas, esta vez.
So Dani Rodriguez battling against the Espanyol defense once again. RDT fouls Martin Balgen there, and this time it is whistled against him, luckily. So we're on the 19th minute now of this first half. So what do you think of what we're witnessing at the moment, Manolo? Well, it seems like a very balanced match at the moment.
Sobre todo el ataque del Español en Mallorca y no está pasando por apuros y bueno, ahora hemos tenido una que Ángel está a punto también con esa peinada de Muri que se puede aprovechar de tener otro mano a mano.
Jugando el Español, ahí está Keidi Baré, balón al otro costado.
Baré for Espanyol, passes to the other side with Cabrera. 3/4 of the way down the pitch now. Kangin Lee puts a foot in there to block them off, and he might have hurt his foot.
El Mallorca de Barba, perdón, quería decir. Y vamos a ver porque se queda tendido sobre el césped el jugador del Real Mallorca.
So Kangin Lee is still down at the moment. Kangin Lee is on the ground.
Esperemos que pueda continuar. Raillo que también aprovecha, ¿no?, para recibir las instrucciones de Luis García Plaza para corregir alguna cosita.
Antonio Raillo receiving some instructions there from Luis García Plaza, no doubt to correct something that Luis García Plaza is not too fond of, but he is always watched extremely. He just left the bench there to give some instructions to Raillo, and he already got a warning from the refereeing team to not leave the bench too much. So Pablo, he really does. He does get a little stick, doesn't he, Luis García Plaza? Yes, anything that you can get, he always seems to be punished. So Murishi being very powerful there, managing to get that corner. But no gaps left for Murishi there.
Aplaude el míster,
Sí, señor. Y lo aplaudimos todos. Que fuera capitán del Español. Pasa el tiempo, pero
some applause at the moment for Dani Jarque, including from Luis García Plaza. a very well-loved figure on the team, but Kang In Lee is ready to take this corner with his left foot. Jaume Costa is there too. Martin Valgent was looking for the rebound, but it reaches Jaume Costa, who passes back. Long pass from Gio there, maybe slightly anticipated, but applause and appreciation from Luis García Plaza and Pedro Rostoy.
Será saque de banda para el Español.
And it's a throw-in for Espanyol now.
Puede ver ahí a Murici, bueno, por poquito no se puede llevar ese balón, rechaza finalmente la defensa del Español, ahí viene Baba, uf, vaya.
Rebound and defense from Espanyol.
Se marcha de la jugada Keidi Baré, que efectivamente se va a llevar la cartulina amarilla.
Foul by Baré on Baba there, and Baba might be in a lot of pain there. Luckily, the Espanyol player has been fouled and he's going to get a yellow card. Jaume Costa saw a yellow card earlier in the match, we must remember.
Preparado Kang In Lee. También está cerquita la jugada Dani Rodríguez. Hablaba Antonio Sánchez también con el jugador coreano.
Kang In Lee is ready to take the free kick, but Dani Rodriguez and Antonio Sanchez are there next to him, ready to receive anything that comes their way.
Tenemos unas jugadas ensayadas, pero yo ayer no entrené con el equipo, así que...
Sorpresa.
Well, obviously we do have some plays that are we've been practicing, but I didn't train with the team yesterday, so I don't know exactly what they're going to do now. So Kang In Lee is rebounded by the defense. Martin Valgent recovers the ball very well, passes to Dani Rodriguez, who goes to Jaume Costa. But it was very, very low. Defense for Espanyol, and it's going to be a throw-in for Mallorca. Antonio Sanchez appears in the mix. Kang In Lee in possession again. RDT trying to stop the ball from going out there for Espanyol, but it does, so the ball goes back to Mallorca once again. Jaume Costa insisting on the ball on this wing. Antonio Sanchez is there to recover. Quite a lot of imprecisions in the last couple of minutes by both teams. Embarba in possession for Espanyol. Embarba battling against Jaume Costa. This could be dangerous. Espanyol player that shoots but misses very, very luckily. Of course, we must be very, very mindful of this player. So still equality in the match at the moment, Manolo.
El Español está aguantando y salir a la contra. El Mallorca está bien, no está pasando por muchos apuros y ojalá que siga así.
Well, at the moment, even though they've had some corners, we don't seem to be suffering too much, which is of course good news.
También tiene sus llegadas y a ver si aprovechamos alguna de esas llegadas.
This could be an interesting approach for us now. Ángel Rodríguez tries to bring it away. Unfortunately, the ball doesn't roll with him very well, and we've fallen behind. And the sun is coming out here now in Barcelona. Darder and Herrera in possession for Espanyol. Pass right to Oscar Gil. Short pass to Keidi Baré. Pedrosa receives it. Playing with RDT. Baba sends the ball to Dani, who goes down on the ground. And that is a foul for RDT. Vicente Moreno not happy about that at all. In any case, the ball goes to Mallorca.
Tuvo una el equipo de Luis García Plaza, ese remate de cabeza de Murici a las manos.
There's a rebound there from Murici into Diego Lopez's hands.
El Español, pero de momento bastante igualado el partido. La pone largo Martín.
So even though there's been that dangerous approach from Espanyol, the match is looking pretty balanced still at the moment.
Antonio Sánchez venía de cara a Raillo.
Antonio Sanchez leaves the ball go past him because he knew it was going to Raillo.
Saque de banda para el Español.
And who does a long pass, so it's going to be a throw-in for Espanyol.
Oscar Gil preparado para ese saque de banda. Viene
Oscar Gil is ready. Passes to Darder, pressured by Dani Rodriguez. Left to Pedrosa, who has a lot of ground to cover now. Gio is well placed on the wing as well. Martin Valgent in the face of danger, but Espanyol are back in possession. Sergi Darder.
Insistiendo el Español más por esta banda izquierda ahora mismo. Herrera de nuevo. Atrás con
Herrera once again playing backwards with Cabrera.
Gio González que intercepta este pase. Va a ser saque de banda para el Español.
Gio González intercepts the pass. So it's going to be a throw-in for Espanyol.
Vamos a ver, Pablo, ¿no? Si podemos tener algún acercamiento peligroso, ¿no? Mandar algún sustito más al Español y
so we'll see if in what is left of this first half we can manage to at least scare Espanyol a little bit more.
Y más que nada porque nos pasa en varios partidos ya que insistimos mucho por una de las dos bandas y
yes, we'll see if there could be a little bit more balancing between the both wings, because it happens to us a lot where we seem to focus all our action on one wing, so that would be quite a nice thing to do. Yeah, so I guess circulation is key, right? Yeah, because if we're always depending on the left wing, that becomes predictable. So I think opportunities could come if we start switching sides. Adri and Barba is ready. Mallorca is defending with everybody they've got. Espanyol are trying to go on the counter-attack once again. Sergi Darder finds a gap with Mbarba. They're in the goal-scoring area now. Shoots and misses. Off target, luckily. He went there with his right foot, but luckily it was not going in the right angle. So it's going to go to Sergio Rico.
Reflexión, ¿no?, que hacía ahora Pablo Maffeo, que nos acompaña de la cabina de comentaristas en el día de hoy.
Sí, bueno, Pablo lo ha visto bien porque, bueno, el otro día contra el día del Celta.
Yes, well, I agree with what Pablo was just saying.
Y él la terminó por la derecha y vino el gol.
Because it is true that the other day, one of the goals from Real Madrid started on the left wing and then suddenly they changed to the right wing. So I think he's exactly right in that. However, at the moment it is a complicated match because the pressure is being put on by Espanyol in a very good way. Kang In Lee gets angry there, he's asking for a foul and it's going to be a throw-in for Mallorca now. Kang In Lee arguing with the fourth linesman. Jaume Costa is going to take this throw in. Martin Valgent steals the ball, but it goes back to Darder. Valgent heads it. Eventually Antonio Sanchez breaks away, but he's fouled. And that is the end of that interaction. So that's the foul by Muñiz Ruiz. Antonio Sanchez gets a yellow card. And there's an exchange of opinions happening on the pitch at the moment. However, Pedro Rostoy was asking the referee for that yellow card too.
Sí, señor, pues ahí está sacando Antonio Raillo con Jaume Costa.
So Antonio Raillo and Jaume Costa in possession.
Con quien asociarse aparece Ángel Rodríguez, que bajó a recibir el movimiento de Gio por esta parte derecha. Ahí está el lateral,
So
el otro que se le escapa un
Gio in possession, but they lose control slightly.
Se la quita encima Pedrosa, bien ahora
Pedrosa takes the ball away, and Martin Valgent and Baba are recovering, and they pass it to Antonio Sanchez. Antonio Raillo is in the central circle. A bit of a misunderstanding there, so which is going to result in the loss of the ball in the 32nd minute of the match.
No sé, Pablo, ¿no? 2 partidos esta temporada con el Español. La jornada 3, esa victoria con el gol de Dani Rodríguez, el partido de octavos de Copa. Pero bueno, imagino que cada partido es una historia y que no son referencia, ¿no? O sí, a lo mejor sí, no sé.
No, aparte jugar en casa y fuera cambia mucho.
Of course, we must remember as well that today we are playing away, and that changes everything for us, of course.
Es verdad que os conocéis bien, Mallorca Español, ¿no? Año pasado en segunda división, luchando por el liderato, este año en primera. A ver, conocer, los cuerpos técnicos se conocen, es decir, la verdad es que las cartas están claras, ¿eh?
Sí, hay un vínculo especial. Además, yo el año pasado no estuve en el Mallorca, pero bueno.
I mean, obviously, I wasn't in Mallorca last season.
Eso te iba a decir,
es un partido especial para mí.
Viviéndolo aquí desde...
So it's also it's an important match for me to watch this, because at the time I was with Espanyol and I just come out of being with Espanyol.
Siempre toca descansar, hoy te ha tocado aquí.
Of course, when you accumulate yellow cards, there's always that time to rest and sit one out, and that day is today for you. Lots of players in the team have been through Espanyol at some point in their footballing career. So there's always a big turnover between the two teams. And Darder, yes, as we were saying, is from Arta, the same as Abdul Prats.
Hasta su pueblo a entrevistar a su padre, al padre de Sergi Darder, que fue el primer entrenador.
Yes, we actually went to Arta to interview Sergi Darder's father in the village this week, and his father was actually Abdul Prats' first coach.
Y bueno, a ver si Abdul puede también tener algún minuto en el día de hoy y volver a enfrentarse, ¿no? a su amigo. Jugando Ángel Rodríguez aquí con Baba. Vamos a ver, ahí está el ganés que le puede pegar. El disparo.
So Baba is going to...
Tocó ahí en el jugador del Español, así que va a ser saque de esquina. Hay que decir que se anima poco, pero cuando Baba se anima, ojo.
Shoots there, Baba, and it did touch one of the Espanyol players. That is going to mean a corner for Mallorca.
Buen mote, ¿eh? A ver si prende la portería.
Tiene una fuerza bestial, ¿verdad?
Que es una roca el tío, ¿eh?
Bestial.
And Baba is extremely powerful and strong.
No supo mal el otro día, pues, ese fallo que tuvo, pero es de esos jugadores fuertes también mentalmente, ¿eh? Porque cualquier otro jugador con ese fallo a lo mejor, bueno, que era falta, por cierto, pero bueno, ya eso ni lo comentamos.
No lo digas, Dani, no lo digas.
Otto se vendría abajo y Baba no. Es un jugador muy fuerte. Ahí está Canguilí que la pone, ese balón en cortito.
So Canguilí is going to take this quick. It's a short pass, and Martin Valgent wanted to let it go through. We've got to be careful now with Espanyol on the counter-attack. But Antonio Sanchez and Dani Rodríguez are there ready and waiting to receive that.
O falta o recuperarla. Y cuidado, que saca rápido el Mallorca. Vamos a ver. Canguilí encarando ya a Keidi Baré. Ahí está el coreano que la pone por abajo. Bien para Ángel. El movimiento de Ángel.
Canguilí passes to Ángel. Shame there that he didn't shoot at goal. And thanks to Ángel Rodríguez, I think that is going to go to a corner. So that was a good pass from Canguilí there. I think he is great as a player, Canguilí.
Importante, la cabeza en el mundo del fútbol, sobre todo en primera división, Pablo.
Sí, sí, el no venirse abajo, el tener humildad para reconocer fallos y hacerlo todo.
Yes, and also we've got it. He's very good at keeping his head high, and he's good at recognizing his own mistakes and working to solve them.
La verdad es que el nivel a veces de las tarjetas
So there's a foul there by Murici, and that's going to be actually a yellow card for him. And it is pretty shocking to see sometimes what warrants a yellow card and what doesn't in First Division football.
Le mostró la cartulina amarilla, es la segunda para un jugador del Mallorca, la había visto anteriormente.
So second yellow card for a Mallorca player today after Jaume Costa's yellow card previously.
Pisa, sí, verdad que le pisa, pero bueno, yo creo que estos pisotones a veces pues no son intencionados, pero bueno.
It is true that he steps on a player, but sometimes these kind of things are very inevitable.
El colegiado. Bueno, Manolo, ¿cómo lo estás viendo?
Partido muy igual.
Falta el equipo para meter el primer gol.
Sí, bueno, va a ser un partido muy cerrado porque los dos equipos se conocen muy bien y bueno, entre los tres palos el único tiro ha sido del Mallorca y esperemos que bueno siga así el resultado porque es un resultado.
Yes, however, it's a very balanced match at the moment. But at the moment, we've had the clearest opportunity at goals, so we can hopefully keep that up.
Quizá nos falta un poquito de paciencia, como ha dicho Pablo, en el tema de la circulación del balón. Pero bueno, tampoco no estamos.
Maybe we do need a little bit more of patience, like Pablo said, in the sense of circulating the ball.
Teniendo ahora goles en contra y eso es lo más positivo.
Rayo que ponía ese balón buscando ahí la sorpresa, buscando el movimiento de Murici. Pero estuvo también atento el portero Diego López para quedarse con ese balón. Anda que Diego López, de verdad que los porteros.
Diego López keeps the ball at the moment.
Tiene más años que el sol, como se dice.
And even though Diego Lopez is also getting on in an age sense, he shows no signs of backing down whatsoever. So Murici is here in possession for Mallorca. Now he runs over one of the Espanyol players.
Para el partido el colegiado para atender al jugador del Español.
So gameplay is stopped at the moment to help one of the Espanyol players who's down.
Saque de esquina, el tercero del partido para el Mallorca, 4. Ha sacado ya el conjunto de Vicente Moreno. Y ahora Canguilí que le dice a sus compañeros que se acerquen para que sea concreto.
Canguilí asking his teammates to approach him, and it's going to be Danny Rodriguez who actually takes the free kick. Who'll probably go for a short pass to Canguilí. And Jaume Costa is going to take the central pass, and unfortunately Diego Lopez is there to save. And there was a rebound there that definitely could have been taken advantage of, but there was no Mallorca player there to receive it. So a clear foul there committed by Baba. So we're right on the last couple of minutes of the first half now. At the moment, a goalless match here in Barcelona. So Rayo recovers the ball, but Angel Rodriguez does it again, and he breaks away with Antonio Sanchez. He's looking for Murici. So tries to pass to Danny Rodriguez. That was the mistake there. They should have shot at goal. Yeah, we definitely think that there should have been a shot at goal there rather than an attempt to pass. So sound of frustration, of intensity there as Murici gets frustrated with his own actions. So Antonio Raillo is past the halfway line now, passes to Gio and Danny Rodriguez. Rodriguez raises his head, he wanted to bring it towards the goal-scoring area. Baba loses the ball to Espanyol and Darder tries to break away with it. The ball goes to RDT, who is in the very extremely correct position in order to score, and he shoots, and he does in the 41st minute of the match. Antonio Sanchez was chasing him, but RDT did very well to get where he did. So he definitely did not deserve to concede a goal at the moment. But of course, this is going to be a really, really tough thing for Mallorca to receive at this point of the match. But we must remember that there's a lot of match still ahead of us today. Dan Rodriguez there trying to show his support for the rest of his teammates now and try and come back from this.
Con ese movimiento hacia atrás, esperando el movimiento de Raúl de Tomás, muchísima calidad de los dos jugadores del Mallorca, lo decía.
So very, very high quality play there from RDT, Raúl de Tomás.
Raúl de Tomás, bueno, Manolo Boya encajó el Mallorca el primero. Hay que seguir.
Hay que seguir, una lástima porque bueno, a una acción de un ataque del Mallorca nos han pillado una contra y con la calidad que tiene Darder y Raúl de Tomás, pues la verdad que
honestly it's always very difficult to come back and to prevent a counter-attack like that when there's not people there to stop them. And not only that, but the Espanyol players did actually show a lot of high quality technique.
Que el equipo siga arriba, ¿no? Es verdad que cuando estás en una dinámica negativa y encajes un gol, lo más importante, ¿no?, es tener la cabeza fría y seguir, ¿no? No queda otra.
So I guess now we're just going to keep a cool head and just carry on and onwards and upwards. Yeah, I think if we continue the same kind of strategies and vibes that we have until now, that is how goals do arrive.
Están ahí Adrián Barba y Vilena preparados para...
At the moment, though, unfortunately, it is another free kick for Espanyol.
Esta primera parte encajó el Mallorca, obligados a remontar, como mínimo buscar el gol del empate.
So now, of course, Mallorca, we are forced to come back from this now and try and equalise. Header from RDT shoots once again and luckily is off target.
Eso le pasó factura al mallorquín. Afortunadamente su disparo tampoco encontró los tres palos. Hay que ver, RDT no necesita estar mucho en juego para enchufarlas, 14 goles esta temporada. Vaya delantero.
So yes, we do know that RDT is a menacing figure. 14 goals scored so far this season. So Rico looking for Kangin Lee to pass him the ball. Antonio Sanchez recovers and goes back to Kangin Lee again. Referee blows the whistle. So the linesmen have their electronic board already. See how much extra time we have in this half. That we can expect a good couple of minutes because of all that time where that we were stopped waiting for the VAR decision. Darder appears now trying to steal the ball from Antonio Reina, but does not manage it, so the ball goes to Kangin Lee on the left-hand side. They're looking for Marishi. Jaume Costa is ready. Antonio Sanchez and Baba in possession. Martin shoots Martin Valjean, but it was a bit too gentle. So the ball goes upwards from Diego Lopez. Martin Valjean there, ready to head in defence. It's just going to be a ball for Mallorca there after the referee whistles an Espanyol foul. So 3 minutes of extra time at the moment, which seems not that many considering how long we were stopped waiting for the VAR decision.
Vamos a ver la falta. Preparado Dani Rodríguez. Quiere empatar el Mallorca en esta recta final de partido. Ahí está el centro buscando a Ángel.
Danny Rodriguez is there ready to take this free kick.
Y será finalmente saque de puerta.
But eventually nothing comes of that corner, so the ball goes to Espanyol's goalkeeper.
No sé en qué minuto estamos, compañeros.
46 y medio.
Venga, pues.
Minutito y medio.
Minutito y medio para que
So
esto
we are on
termine.
past, well, nearing actually the 47-minute mark now, so not long left of this extra time.
El que vamos a buscar de momento el gol del empate.
So we're looking for the equalizer at the moment, of course.
Gio que la busca en largo a Murici. La ventaja aquí para Cabrera. Aparece Vilena. La va a bajar y la.
Vilena is there as well for Espanyol. But Jaume Costa steals and passes to Antonio.
Falta para el Mallorca. Saco rápido Baba.
Foul for Mallorca. Baba takes it quickly, passes to Antonio. Obviously in a great rush at the moment. They're waiting for Gio's help. Looking for Danny Rodriguez. But Pedrosa, the Pedrosa effect is there, and he manages to steal the ball for Espanyol.
Poquito de apuros, el balón que terminó en los pies finalmente de Antonio Sánchez, balón a la izquierda, la incorporación de nuevo de Jaume Costa que la
The ball reaches Antonio Sanchez and they is helped by Jaume Costa. And Barba is there too. And Raul de Tomas, who wanted to pass to his teammate. But there's still one more option to play, but there it is. We're not going to have another chance in this first half because that is the halftime whistle from the referee. After Raul de Tomas' goal, we are 1-0 down at the moment at this halftime mark. Of course, serious faces from the Mallorca team. Jaume Costa speaking to the fourth linesman, and that is it. That is the end of the first half. So over to you, Esteban, so you can comment and analyze this first half we just witnessed.
Gracias, Dani. Gracias, Pablo. Enseguida estaremos con vosotros para vivir esa segunda parte.
So yes, thank you very much, Dani. We'll be back with you very soon. So another disappointing moment in the last minutes of the first half. So of course, nothing was really happening until that point, and then obviously it's a completely different story. Yes, because it had been such a balanced match.
Que Muri en esa jugada tenía que haber tirado, pero bueno, después ha venido esa jugada desafortunada, un balón perdido por Baba.
Yes, I mean, Murici should have shot and tried to strike a goal when he had the chance.
Y bueno, es un partido muy igualado y el que ha tenido más acierto pues ha puesto por delante del marcador. Lo que pasa que bueno.
But we can see how at the end of the day it was just the correct decisions and being in the right position.
45 minutos quedan, ¿no? Para una segunda parte.
So 45 minutes to turn this around now, of course.
Hecho memoria rápido. Ayer el juvenil del Mallorca pues también se fue al descanso perdiendo 1-0, al final remontó el partido.
However, Mallorca's youth team also were in the same situation yesterday. They started half-time 1-0 down the last couple of minutes, and they ended up equalising and winning the match eventually. So hopefully we could emulate that kind of performance.
Una marchita más de cara con balón, ¿no? Porque es verdad que al equipo le ha costado un poco pues conseguir conectar, lo decía también Pablo Maffeo, lo decías tú.
So maybe the team has struggled to connect a little bit today. To repeat what Pablo Maffeo had been saying, maybe we need to work on the fact of them using the ball to go left and right and forwards and backwards rather than concentrating everything on one part of the pitch. Yeah, of course. I mean, at the end of the day now, it's all about trying to score something, because as soon as you score a goal, you're back in the match, and then anything can happen. And as you said, the youth team yesterday ended up winning 2-1, so hopefully today is going to be a repetition of that result. So we are going to go to a short ad break, because even though we have not got time to sit down and have a relaxing lunch, we do need to take a breath and maybe hydrate ourselves slightly. So we'll be back with you very soon.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Bienvenido a bordo. Déjate llevar por la compañía española con la que vuelan cada año más de 10 millones de pasajeros a más de 50 destinos en todo el mundo. Disfruta de la unión entre tecnología y confort que ofrecemos en nuestra renovada flota de aviones. Nos gustará verte pronto, muy pronto. En Europa, cada detalle cuenta.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja aviam què passa, ja aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Bienvenido a bordo. Déjate llevar por la compañía española con la que vuelan cada año más de 10 millones de pasajeros a más de 50 destinos en todo el mundo. Disfruta de la unión entre tecnología y confort que ofrecemos en nuestra renovada flota de aviones. Nos gustará verte pronto, muy pronto. En Europa, cada detalle cuenta.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja aviam què passa, ja aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Pues seguimos aquí en el RCD Stadium, vemos las imágenes
So we are still here in the RCD Stadium. Mallorca, of course, at the moment behind. So Manolo, we've had a couple of minutes to rest and to reflect. I was, of course, catching up on what people are thinking and saying on social media. So obviously, a bit of anger from the fans because I think they feel that they need a morale boost. Because Mallorca were not actually having a bad match. There were many positive aspects of their play at the moment, so it's very unlucky. However, now we have 45 minutes to believe and to battle.
Que ocasiones va a haber pocas y sobre una contra que nos han hecho otra vez no la hemos podido parar y ellos con la calidad que tiene, bueno, la contra, Dardel ha metido un pase por dentro y RDT pues no ha perdonado.
Yes, I mean they had a really high quality, lucky moments there.
Bueno, no queda otra que remontar el partido, es que pero bueno, es que siempre.
And unfortunately now that's the only thing we can do. We've just got to come back from this now.
De contras y de goles en contra porque las contras nos están haciendo mucho daño y era un partido muy
and they are definitely doing some damage on the counter attacks, so we need to prevent that.
De Diego López y el Español solo ha tenido una clara y ha sido gol y esto pues al fin y al cabo te penaliza mucho sobre todo.
Español only had one clear opportunity and ended up in a goal.
Dani Barjacoa por ahí por el RCD Stadium, no sé si estás junto con Pablo Mafeo también. Porque creo que va a haber cambio, Dani, en las primeras de cambio de esta segunda parte para intentar darle.
So, Danny, it seems that there are going to be some changes in the starting 11 now, and we might see an appearance from the Devil of Arta.
Evidentemente estaba enfadado con esta derrota momentánea, pero bueno, un ratito pues se vuelve con nosotros. Decíamos, ¿no?
Yes, of course, Pablo Mafeo has left to go and see his teammates now in this halftime moment, but we can see Abdon Prats warming up. We can't see him at right this second because he's obviously changing into game day kits. And yes, we're going to see that change, Abdon Prats for Ángel Rodríguez.
Buenas llegadas, ¿no? Robando algún balón, asociándose con Murici, pero que bueno, no ha tenido el premio del gol.
So Ángel Rodríguez has been playing pretty well. He's had a couple of good passes, but maybe he has not got that star quality today that we are looking for, that we need to go up against a team such as Espanyol. So hopefully the partnership of Murici and Abdon Prats is going to be a more lucky one today in this new idea from Luis García Plaza.
Ponerse ya, pues como digo, la indumentaria con la que va a arrancar esta segunda parte.
Yes, I've done practice in the change rooms at the moment, getting ready with the game day kit, and we'll see which changes Espanyol are going to do. So it seems that they're actually going to do a goalkeeper change, which is quite unusual. We must imagine that Diego Lopez is feeling some kind of pain or discomfort because, of course, he's having a very good match right now, as it stands. So Abdon Prats is entering the team in Ángel Rodríguez's position. We're ready for the kickoff of the second half. Take Kubo also greeting some of the Espanyol players.
Buscar pues esos revulsivos que nos conduzcan como mínimo al empate. Va a arrancar ya esta segunda parte, lo hace en este momento. O de centro del Mallorca se la lleva Sergi Darder.
So second half is underway and Darder begins with the first touch on the ball.
Del equipo de Luis García Plaza, el gol de Raúl de Tomás en el minuto 41.
So you must remember we are 1-0 down at the moment after RDT's goal in the 41st minute of the match. So Baba and Murici in possession there, looking for each other, but eventually the ball goes to Cabrera, who passes back to the new goalkeeper for Espanyol. So just to point out that Salva Sevilla and Javi Abres are also warming up for Mallorca at the moment, as well as Take Kubo, who is also warming up.
Jugador como Salva Sevilla, que tiene pasado pues en Español, 3 temporadas estuvo aquí. De hecho llegó al Mallorca, ¿no?
Yes, Salva Sevilla, of course, had 3 seasons in Espanyol.
Pues tiene familia aquí, le han venido también a ver. Cuidado que recupera el balón en el Español.
And Espanyol recover the ball now.
Buscar ese pase, el balón que termina en Vilena, balón para Darder, la termina perdiendo, sale Baba, y el ganés jugando a la izquierda para Jaume Costa, de primeras Kangin Lee con Dani Rodríguez.
So Kangin Lee and Dani Rodríguez in possession, raises his head, looking for Gio on the right hand side. Goes back to Antonio Sanchez. They find Dani Rodríguez and Kangin Lee. Kangin Lee goes towards the right with Gio. Back to Dani Rodríguez. They're looking for Abdon Prats for his first touch on the ball today. Back to Baba once again now. Antonio Sanchez in possession. Opening up to the right with Gio Gonzalez. Back to Dani Rodríguez.
Seguramente lo suficiente como para pitar la falta. Y ahora sí, ese balón de nuevo para el Mallorca.
Ángel, Dani, que nos decían por vía interna que se ha lesionado de la espalda, ¿eh? Es por eso que ha tenido que abandonar el terreno de juego y le dará la oportunidad a Abdon Prats. Esperemos que se recupere.
So we're just getting the information that Ángel Rodríguez actually has been brought off because he was feeling some pain in his back. So we'll hope that Abdon Prats can make up for that in a very personal and successful way. So Mallorca in possession now, trying to deepen their play on the left-hand side of the pitch. And it's a corner for Mallorca right now. Kangin Lee is there ready to take it. And the ball goes to Jaume Costa and shoots and into Oyer's hands. So what a powerful shot there from Jaume Costa. Yeah, that was a good kick. That was definitely on target there from Jaume.
Incluso si la rechaza el portero, el rechace no, que lo coja alguien y puede llegar ese gol del empate. Bueno, decíamos, ¿no?, que Ángel Rodríguez se ha quedado en la caseta por esos problemas en la espalda. Bueno, esperemos que se recupere, ¿no?, lo más pronto posible. Ya,
Sí, venía ya con problemas en la espalda, o al menos yo lo he visto tratándose algunas veces ahí. Y bueno, esperemos que no sea nada.
Yes, it did seem that Ángel arrived today already with a slight discomfort on his back. I did see him touching his back earlier. But Abdon Prats is playing now against Sergi Darder. The ball goes to Mallorca. Antonio Sanchez has the ball at the moment, playing with Martin Valgent. Kangin Lee and Gio on the right asking for the ball, but it's a short pass to Baba instead. Baba recovers the ball. The ball does reach Gio this time now, and Kangin Lee is there ready. Back to Baba. Passes to Gio, but RDT is there to recover the ball. But Antonio Sanchez, very good there, manages to steal the ball back. A shot there at goal there, but unfortunately doesn't reach Murishi. Antonio Raillo there to stop the counter-attack from Espanyol. Kangin Lee and Antonio Sanchez. Pass to Antonio Raillo. Pass left to Jaume Costa. Passes back to Baba. Mallorca recovers now. Dani Rodríguez passes to Murishi. Kangin Lee was not there on time, unfortunately. Rodriguez looking for Gio.
Era complicado porque también se le echó el defensa encima. Darder.
It was complicated to achieve though with the defense being so on top of everybody. It's going to be a throw-in for Mallorca right now.
Bueno, Manolo, parece que el equipo no, pues quiere tener la posesión, ¿no? En esta segunda parte.
So it looks like Manolo, the team, is looking to stay in possession in the second half now. Yes, we've been holding them off now for 5 minutes, which is good news.
Pero bueno, el Mallorca salió a por el primer gol, el del empate, y con ambición de jugar en el campo del Español.
Ahora, efectivamente, cuidado a la contra, porque tiene muchísima velocidad por aquí Raúl de Tomás.
Let's be careful with the counter-attack now by Espanyol.
El centrocampista del Mallorca estaba muy cerca al colegiado y vio que se le había quitado muy bien el jugador mallorquín. Martin Balgin, que le dice a sus compañeros que se vayan arriba, que no vengan a recibir, que ya sube él.
Martin Balgin there telling his teammates not to go too far away from him.
Se asocia con Baba. El ganés de nuevo en cortito para Kangin. Este con Antonio Sánchez. A la izquierda para Dani Rodríguez. Más a la izquierda la espera ya Jaume Costa.
Ball goes left to Dani Rodríguez, but Jaume Costa is further left, waiting for the ball. Jaume Costa is watching Gio moving, but Pedrosa was too fast, but it's going to be a throw-in for Mallorca. So Espanyol is making 2 changes now, but Aleix Vidal and Morlanes coming on for Espanyol.
Pero de momento el saque de banda. Preparado Gio. Dentro del área la espera Murici, Don Prats, Baba. En cortito podría ser para
So
Kangin.
inside the goal-scoring area are Don Prats, Murici and Baba waiting to receive any balls that may come their way.
Saque de banda para el Mallorca. A ver si decide hacer el cambio ahora o de momento espera.
It's another throw-in for Mallorca now.
De su área el Español. Gio por abajo buscando a Baba. La deja pasar porque estaba bien colocado Raillo. A la izquierda con Jaume Costa.
Raillo well placed with Jaume Costa. Baba in position again. Raises his head, looking for somebody on the right-hand side. Mistake from Gio there. Antonio Sanchez didn't run towards the ball. So the rebound goes to RDTs in the goal-scoring area. Shoots, and Sergio Rico manages to save that there. Sergio Rico was completely on his own, and so was RDT, in fact.
Salvo el segundo tanto que pues habría sido evidentemente un jarro de agua fría. Grandísima parada de Sergio Rico y ahí está el doble cambio en las filas del Español. Se retira Keidi Baré.
There's that double change there. So Baré is coming off in favor of Morlanes. Baré obviously, of course, had a yellow card against him as well.
Y entra también bueno, ha entrado Aleix Vidal ya. Y creo que sería también Vilena, ¿no? O Herrera. Esteban, confírmame.
And it seems like Vilena or Herrera is also off.
Ese doble cambio del Español.
Vidal. Jugando aquí el Mallorca que recupera Antonio Sánchez. La ponía
Mallorca recovers now with Antonio Sanchez.
Jaume Costa poniendo la parada Dani Rodríguez con un poquito de fortuna. Se puede llevar ese balón. Luchándola también Baba. Bien.
See if we can get some lucky touches on the ball.
Giovanni González le acompaña Kangin, también Murici.
Gio González has an opportunity to move ahead.
Muy presionado. Saben que tiene calidad. El árbitro que la tocó un poquito, pero deja seguir porque le cayó a Baba. Ya se coloca.
Baba receives the ball.
Levanta la cabeza Jaume Costa. Ese centro muy largo, directamente fuera esta vez. No pudo centrar bien. Aplaude un poquito Luis García Plaza. Bueno, Pablo Mafeo, hoy con nosotros, ¿cómo lo estás viendo?
Hemos empezado bien la segunda parte. Lo que hay que vigilar son las contras, porque ya hemos visto que con nada nos hacen bastante daño.
Sobre todo con un jugador de la calidad, ¿no? De Raúl de Tomás ahí arriba.
You've got to be very, very careful with players such as RDT up the top, always ready to see if he can find any spaces through which to strike.
Ahora mismo tendría 36 puntos. El balón que le cae aquí a Don Pras, que ya levantaba la cabeza, que ya busca portería, le persiguen dos jugadores.
Don Pras raises his head. He's looking for the ball. He wants the ball, but he's being tailed by two players. But Abdon can shoot. And what a shame. Kangin was waiting for the ball, but Morlanes intercepted the ball, and eventually it went calmly into Oyer, the goalkeeper's hands.
Era buena jugada, Abdón la ha hecho bastante bien y llegaba Kang solo con la izquierda. Era tácticamente...
Yes, Abdon worked really well there, and it was we were just waiting for Kangin Lee, but it wasn't meant to be, I guess, that time.
Sí, entró Abdón en el tiempo de descanso y preparados ya ataque Kubo y Salva Sevilla, meter un poquito
Yes, so Abdon did come on at the beginning of this half, but now we've got Taque Kubo and Salva Sevilla ready to come on. Aleix Vidal plays right now to Oscar Gil. Dani Rodriguez is tailing. Passes ahead of Baba, and Pedrosa is there. He can shoot. Impact with Martin Balgent's body.
Reclama la falta, el árbitro dice que no hay nada, RDT que le pega, ese balón que termina en las manos.
RDT shoots there and goes into Sergio Rico's hands.
Balón por tanto para el Mallorca. Bueno, Manolo,
so the ball goes to Mallorca.
Metiendo a Salva y a Taque Kubo, a ver qué dos jugadores, ¿no?
Sí, dos
del terreno de juego.
So Salva Sevilla and Taque Kubo coming on. Who do you think is Luis García Plaza is going to bring off?
Meter a Salva Sevilla y bueno, y Cañili meterá ataque. Dos jugadores frescos y dos jugadores ofensivos y tendremos con Salva Sevilla tendremos una salida a balón más limpia todavía y bueno, y queda todavía media hora y piernas frescas sobre todo.
So there's still, of course, half an hour left, so it will be good for us to have a fresh pair of legs on the pitch.
Sí, bueno, media hora y lo que...
¿Me quitan minutos?
Sí.
Well, actually, yeah, Manolo, don't take minutes away from us. There's more than half an hour left still. 33 plus extra time.
Minuto 57, 32, sí.
30 y pico minutos, se va Aleix Vidal por esta parte derecha, se lanzó al suelo con todo. Uy, se llevó por delante al árbitro asistente Antonio Raillo.
So Antonio Raillo there, racing to get to the ball, actually knocks over the linesman. And as the ball goes out, we're awaiting that double change from Mallorca.
Recordemos también Javi Llabrés y también Bataglia, ¿no? Para que siempre
Phil Niño, Javi Llabrés and Bataglia are also warming up now. So Kangin Lee comes off in favor of Taque Kubo.
Se retira Antonio Sánchez.
And Antonio Sánchez comes on for Salva Sevilla.
Sí, posición por posición, piernas frescas y bueno, a ver, Taque, a ver si...
Recordemos ese gol de Taque Kubo en el partido de Copa del Rey, ese golazo de falta, el gol también de Don Prats. Y el gol de Dani en el partido.
You must remember that three players that are on the pitch now scored against Espanyol in the first leg. Espanyol in possession with Darder, but Martin Balgent defends and passes to Marishi. And the ball ends up in Sergio Rico's hands.
Con el Kaiser, con Antonio Raillo. Salva Sevilla, primer balón que toca, Taque Kubo para Murishi, la deja pasar prácticamente para que juegue a Don Prats.
Taque Kubo and Murishi, who leave the ball, go past them towards Abdon Prats.
Con Rodríguez, delante de Aleix Vidal, a la izquierda para Jaume Costa. De nuevo para
Sevilla and Rodriguez working together here.
Hacia atrás con Salva Sevilla, vuelve a insistir por este costado, parte izquierda. El de Berja, Jaume Costa con Taque Kubo. Movimiento de piernas, jugando por abajo, quedó cortito. Intenta salir el Español, que se hizo ahí un pequeño lío. Y saca provecho al Mallorca, va a ser saque de banda para el equipo de Luis García Plaza.
A throw in for Mallorca now.
Antonio Raillo por abajo con Salva Sevilla, la pide Taque Kubo. Por abajo a Don Prats en el piquito del área también, delante de Morlanes.
Kubo asking for the ball, and so is Abdul Prats.
Se cayó al suelo, no hubo falta, dejó seguir el colegiado, sale el español, Herrera. Presiona por aquí a Don Prats.
Herrera in possession now for Espanyol.
Y eso favorece a Salva Sevilla, que la pone por abajo, Murici.
Oscar Gil comes out quickly. That favours Salva Sevilla. Ball for Mallorca again, but Darder steals it. Tackle there by Antonio Raillo. There's going to be a yellow card for him. Yellow card for Antonio Raillo. Lots of frustration there. Antonio Raillo very frustrated at himself, it seems.
De aquí 2 semanas contra el Getafe.
Partido importante también después de este parón de selecciones que vamos a vivir esta próxima semana. Cuidado la falta. Preparado Adrien Barba.
You must be careful with this free kick now.
Balón Pedrosa, pero va a ser el centrocampista quien efectúe ese golpeo de balón con su pierna derecha. Colocando la barrera el colegiado. Y oportunidad ahora, balón parado para el español. Está muy lejos, pero bueno, pues tiene mucha potencia. Adrien Barba.
So very powerful in Barba. We know that already, so we'll see how he does. Shoots with his right foot and off target.
Saque de esquina, el quinto del partido para
But it is going to be a corner, the 5th one of the match for Espanyol.
Rápido pasan los minutos, Pablo, cuando vas por detrás en el marcador.
Cuando vas perdiendo pasan muy rápido y cuando vas ganando pasan muy lento.
So time really does fly when you're trailing behind, doesn't it, Pablo?
Saca en cortito el córner el conjunto periquito. Ahí está de nuevo en Barba que la pone con
Short pass for from the corner.
Termina de salir el Mallorca ahora. Esto, el balón parado el español. De nuevo Darder y en Barba.
Ball is for Espanyol at the moment.
Orquestar otra jugada. Sacará de nuevo Adrien Barba. Esta vez parece que la pondrá dentro del área. Que la sacará en largo. Ahí está buscando el punto de penalti. Ese balón que se paseaba, la disputa.
So Espanyol looking for the penalty points.
Con el central. Sacará de banda al español. Ahora por el otro costado.
Espanyol is going to have a throw-in on the other side of the pitch this time. In the 63rd minute now. Still 1-0 down at the moment.
Raúl de Tomás en la primera parte. Vamos a ver ese saque de banda.
We're going to see this throw-in now from Espanyol.
Sale ahora sí el español, el centro que se quedaba en los pies de Antonio Raillo, la cabeza de Morlanes que la quería poner dentro del área, le cae ese rechazo.
Morlanes trying to bring the ball towards the goal-scoring area. Tries to kick it with his right foot, but luckily ends up in Sergio Rico's possession. Luis García Plaza trying to support and motivate his players, of course.
A ver si empatamos y nos damos una alegría.
Nos hace falta, está complicado evidentemente, lo sabemos, pero
yes, of course, it is a bit of a challenge at the moment, and we do know that it's going to be difficult.
Tardando mucho el español para efectuar este saque de banda. Ahora sí, el balón que llega a Darder, la pone arriba buscando a
Darder receives the ball this time. Let's see what he's going to do.
Rico que juega en corto.
Short pass from Rico. Goes to Gio Gonzalez.
El lateral había metido ahí en un pequeño lío. Estaba cerquita de Darder de la acción.
Bit of a confusion there with the winger.
Costa recibir. Se ofrece Salva Sevilla, ya recibe el de Berja, el de Almería. Mucha veteranía. Atrás de nuevo para Antonio Raillo.
Salva Sevilla receives the ball and is showing his veterancy.
Intenta hacer una buena salida de balón el Mallorca.
Martin Valden in possession, trying to break away in a confident way. Take Kubo has the ball. We'll see what he can create here.
El cambio de orientación, buen control del lateral, la deja para Salva Sevilla, mucho
Good control.
esperando el remate, ahí está buscando la Muri, y esa parada
Muri, she suits, and that is a spectacular save from Oyer there, from the Espanyol goalkeeper. That was an excellent shot from Murishi there.
Otra oportunidad de Muri, la
So
segunda que tiene
the
de cabeza.
Espanyol goalkeeper sends it to a corner.
Nos vamos al córner, el quinto del partido para el Mallorca. Ahí está Salva Sevilla.
The fifth corner of the match for Mallorca now. Raúl Litmas and Aleix Vidal rebounding. But Salva Sevilla is in possession. Raises his head. Directing the handball here. What a chance there for Murishi. But Oyer has a spectacular save on the ball.
Antonio Reillo jugando a la derecha con Gio. El Mallorca así parece que tiene más en problemas al Español. Take Kubo se metió ahí en un túnel sin salida y se la lleva.
Take Kubo unfortunately got himself into a tunnel with no exit. Foul there, but against one of the Espanyol players, but the referee doesn't whistle because Espanyol are still in possession with RDT.
Delante de Gio. Ahora sí levantó la bandera. Esto, Pablo, lo hemos comentado muchas veces, que esta norma, ¿no?, de esperar tanto, no, en algunos momentos la entiendo, porque puede ser que un jugador no participe y demás, pero es que otra vez que está muy claro y que va a participar, no la entiendo. Esto desespera mucho.
No, aparte puede ser un problema, porque imagínate que en una carrera de esas te rompes.
Te lesionas, claro, sin necesidad.
Of course, dangerous tackles at the moment must be avoided.
Que tampoco se entienden, así que imagínate.
Sacará de banda el Mallorca. Recordemos, calientan varios jugadores. Llabrés, Ferniño.
Throw in for Mallorca.
En el rectángulo de juego está Jaume Costa.
Salva Sevilla is in possession.
Se lo queda Adrián Barba. Seguido, eso sí, por Take Kubo. Y termina haciendo la falta.
He's being tailed by Take Kubo.
Va a ser balón para el Español.
There's going to be a ball for Espanyol now. So 68th minute now. The minutes are dragging by. What do you think, Manolo? Yeah, I mean, it was a great pass from Salva Sevilla. Great rebound from Murishi. It was there, and it was. It is a shame that we didn't manage to finish it off. However, we're still in the match, and we're still creating goal-scoring opportunities. RDT shoots and finds Antonio Raillo as a wall of defense. So throw in now for Espanyol. No time to lose now for Mallorca, of course, so they're going to be taking their throw-ins very quickly. Martin Valden passes right to Gio Gonzalez. Facing up to the strikers now. And ends up on Take Kubo's feet. The Japanese player finding the wingers there. Jaume Costa trying to prevent the ball from going out. Manages so, but in doing so, he hands the ball over to Espanyol. So they're looking for RDT now. Ball goes back to Espanyol.
Jugador el Español, a Nico Melamed, ¿no, Esteban?
Sí, Nico Melamed.
No me había parecido verle desde aquí.
It looks like Nico Melamed is warming up for Espanyol too.
Ya con dorsal de primer equipo. Jugando Morlanes, de momento en territorio perico. Ahora sí la pone buscando a RDT. No sabíamos bien qué intentaba, pero fue balón para el Mallorca.
Ball goes to Mallorca now.
Martin Valiente en cortito con Salva Sevilla.
Raillo and Martin Valiente in possession.
Un poquito largo, sí. El momento en el que el balón ha botado.
Maybe slightly too long a
No ha
pass.
podido llegar a Gio. Era buena la intención, pero estaba rápido ahí el terreno de juego. Va a llegar el cambio. Bueno, pues se retira Adrián Barba.
The change is coming. So Barba is coming off for Espanyol and Meramit is coming on in his place.
¿Qué te parece este cambio, Manolo?
Vicente Moreno clearly trying to freshen up his team.
Nico es un jugador rápido y bueno, hay que tener cuidado.
Yeah, of course, Nico, the player who's coming on, is a fast player, and that is going to be Vicente Moreno's aim now for the rest of the match, to bring on people with some fresh pair of legs.
Dice Oyer a sus compañeros que se vayan para arriba. Pondrá con su pierna izquierda el portero del Espanyol.
So the Espanyol goalkeeper is going to take this with his left foot.
Pone bien la cabeza, pero le vuelve a caer un jugador de Perico. La cabeza ahora Antonio Raillo para ataque.
Ball reaches Perico.
La pone arriba con Murici, con Anton Prats. Quería girar al otro costado. Y el balón terminó rechazado en los pies de Raillo. Aparece Baba, el control del pase de nuevo para el capitán.
Baba appears there in possession with Antonio Raillo. Salva Sevilla enters the mix and they pass it to Martin Valiente. Up top towards Dani Rodriguez now.
Baba que consigue jugar para Salva Sevilla, que se mueve bien Dalis Vidal. Esta puede ser buena, le pega Salva, fuera.
Salva shoots and it goes out, unfortunately. It was a bit of a slip there, or a skid at the last moment, which made the ball go slightly off target.
Evidentemente Salva Sevilla. Nadie le salió al paso, pero ese disparo no se marchó un poquito alejado a la derecha de la portería de Oyer. ...72 de partido.
Minute 72 now of the match. Still very close, anything can happen. Morlanis receives the ball.
Pedrosa intenta recuperar y lo va a hacer ahora ataque Kubo, que además recibe la falta.
Ataque Kubo recovers and there's a foul against him.
Balón para el Mallorca. Vamos a ver si a balón parado Manolo puede.
Anton Prats wasn't able to run away with the ball then. The ball is obviously for Mallorca because of that foul.
Balón parado. A ver si Muri lo buscamos y que va bien de cabeza y puede conseguir el gol del empate.
La va a poner Salva Sevilla con esa pierna derecha. El Espanyol que ahora sí defiende con todos sus efectivos. Subieron los centrales.
Salva Sevilla shoots with his right foot.
Salva Sevilla buscando el punto de penalti. Buscaba precisamente a Raillo.
Salva Sevilla is looking for the penalty point. Jaume Costa appears in the mix and unfortunately hands it over to Espanyol instead.
El pase de Nico. Recuperó Gio para su portero. Se ofrece y recibe Baba, y con Salva Sevilla. Le persigue Darder. Se fue al suelo.
Darder is tailing Mallorca now. And eventually ends up on the ground.
Otra vez el balón para el central. Vamos a ver si encuentra esos espacios que necesita el equipo Luis García.
Luis García Plaza's team needs to desperately find some gaps to work through now. Ball goes up looking for Abdon Prats.
Delante de Baba, se marcha y recibe la falta. Pide la tarjeta amarilla Darder, también la pide Vicente Moreno, pero no la muestra el colegiado. No tenía en cualquier caso ninguna Baba. Hizo esa falta táctica para evitar la contra del
So they were asking for a yellow card there for Baba, who just did a tactical tackle, but it didn't arrive.
Cabrera, el central, evidentemente no tiene prisa, lo hacen cortito ahora con Morlanis.
So short pass from Cabrera to Morlanis.
Para intentar cazar algún balón.
Abdon Prats was there ready and waiting to intercept any balls.
Que siempre nunca sabes dónde puede estar el error. La cabeza de Martin Valiente le cae a Pedrosa. Viene a ayudar a ataque Kubo.
So Pedrosa
Ese balón, el último en tocar ha sido un jugador del Español, por tanto,
is there and fouls Take Kubo, but it's going to be a throw-in for Mallorca, quickly taken by Gio Gonzalez.
Que la peina para Murici, pero pone la pierna.
Abdon is there, ready to intercept. Danny Rodriguez is there, but there's no foul, so the ball goes to Danny Rodriguez.
Lástima que no llegara a su destinatario. Puso la cabeza, el central va a ser.
Unfortunately, there was too gentle a kick there, so it's going to be a throw-in for Mallorca. So Pablo Mafeo here is already biting his nails because it's obviously the most nerve-wracking part of the match now. Yeah, I mean, we've got to bring up the gear, and there's Take Kubo and Abdon Prats rebounds and into Oyer's hands. Very, very good work there from Take Kubo and Abdon Prats, despite the fact that he barely had any space to work with. Kicked it with the inside part of his foot, but unfortunately ended up in Oyer's hands.
Y bueno, ha sido un remate con el. Si lo hubiera pegado con el empeine, hubiera hecho más daño. Pero bueno, hay que terminar jugada.
Yes, of course, it would have been more powerful if he had managed to kick the ball with a different part of his foot. But it was at least it was on target anyway, and that is good for the team. Mallorca looking for Espanyol looking for a corner there, not granted. So Sergio Rico begins play, and Salva Sevilla is in possession.
Para el ganés, el balón para Baba con ataque Kubo, balón muy forzado, solo pudo poner el pie al ataque y eso hizo que la pelota la recuperara el Español.
So Espanyol recovers the ball now, go back to their goalkeeper who does a very long pass. Gio has the ball and he passes it to Salva Sevilla.
De la camiseta, la pita el colegiado, que además yo creo que estaba,
Foul that whistled by the referee for grabbing the shirt, so which means that the ball goes to Mallorca.
Este bote neutral le pide a RDT que se vaya un poquito para atrás. Ahí está, de nuevo balón para el Mallorca, ya la tiene Salva jugando con Antonio Raillo.
Salva has the ball once again. He's playing with Antonio Raillo.
Balón a la izquierda para Jaume Costa.
The ball goes left for Jaume Costa, but Abdon Prats is marking.
Jaume Costa por esta parte izquierda. Atrás para el Kaiser, para Antonio Raillo. Raillo jugando con Jaume.
Ball goes back to Antonio Raillo, who's playing with Jaume Costa. Espanyol trying to break away on the counter-attack, but Raillo, very good defense work there from him. The Devil of Arda leaves the ball for Salva Sevilla, and Take Kubo is there, shoots, and it hits the second post, and Salva is there as well as Murici.
No puede encontrar portería, se quejan los jugadores del Español pidiendo una falta sobre Nico Melamed en la acción anterior.
There's a supposed tackle over Melamed, which is angering Espanyol fans who are asking for it to be a foul. For the moment, not granted.
No vio nada y no pitó nada el colegiado.
Se prepara Dani Javi Llabres para entrar al terreno de juego. El jugador
and as we speak, Javi Llabres is getting ready to come on at the moment. See if he can make any difference for this last 11 minutes of the official match.
Es lo que le queda al partido, es lo que va a tener Javi Llabres para aportar su descaro, su valentía, su juventud y.
So Javi Llabres coming on here, see if he can bring some bravery, youth, and freshness to this match now. So Baba performing very well, but slightly playing with fire here.
Baba que se la queda con mucha calidad, jugando con Antonio Raillo. Decía Pablo Mafeo que ponerle una marchita más
Baba playing with Antonio Raillo.
El arreón final para buscar como mínimo el empate, pero queda tiempo para todo.
Of course, now we're trying at least to equalize, but there is time for absolutely anything to happen. So why not set our sights higher than that?
El eslovaco, ni a uno ni a otro, directamente a los pies de Llabres. Y bueno, Manolo, te pregunto también por este cambio. Va a quitar un defensa, va a meter a Llabrés, ¿qué va a hacer?
Hombre, no sé si jugará con línea de 3, todavía quedan 10 minutos más el descuento, o quitará a Dani Rodríguez jugador por jugador.
So we will see what he does with what Luis García Plaza does with Javi Llabrés, as there's 10 minutes left of official time. We see if maybe he is going to bring off Dani Rodríguez today, or so Morlanes is going to take a foul and a yellow card, as well as Aleix Vidal for protesting. Lots of anger from the fans, but the referee decision is what it is.
Falta sobre Baba. Y preparado ya el 34 el Mallorca, preparado Llabrés para ingresar en el terreno de juego. Va a tener 9 minutos más el tiempo añadido. Y va a ser Baba,
So yes, as Javi Llabrés comes on, there is 9 minutes of official time left, plus whatever is added of extra time.
Y mete a Llabrés, Dani Rodríguez, que va a retrasar su posición hasta el centro del campo.
Dani Rodríguez is going to retreat until the halfway mark.
¿Qué te parece, Manolo, este movimiento?
Bueno, ha cambiado porque físicamente ya estará cansado y bueno,
So of course the change of Javi Llabrés will have come because of the fact that of course Baba is tired by now. Hopefully Llabrés can get some touches on his good leg and deliver a couple of centralized balls.
Resbaló el jugador del Español. No lo pudo aprovechar el equipo.
So a slip there from one of the Espanyol players, so we're going to take advantage of that. And it's going to be a throw-in for us. Martin Valgent looks for Abdon Prats. Llabrés needed to be there at that time and wasn't. So Oyer steals and keeps the ball for Espanyol.
Ahora entramos en esa recta de partido en el que pues seguramente el fútbol importa poco, el juego me refiero, y irá por todas, ¿no? Por ese gol del empate.
Sí, hay que meter.
So of course now the main objective is just to go as fast as we can towards that objective of equalizing.
Con el resultado y bueno, y esperar una acción, pero tenemos que meterle una marcha más.
Y el Español que también va a hacer algún cambio, ahora lo comentamos, pero de momento la tiene Salva
So
Sevilla.
Espanyol is also going to make some changes at this point in the match. We'll be commenting on them soon, but Abdon Prats is in possession, but passes backwards eventually to Antonio Raillo.
Rodríguez con Gio, de nuevo el Tigre Betanzos.
Rodríguez and Gio.
Para Martin Valgent, pero ya colocado evidentemente como casi un pivote.
Passes to Martin Valgent.
Llabrés a la izquierda para Jaume Acosta.
Llabrés is on the left-hand side with Jaume Acosta.
Español ya muy cerrado, defendiendo este botín, este resultado, este 1-0.
Obviously now a very heavily closed off Espanyol defending their goal, so we'll see what Javi Llabrés can do. Can Taka, is he there on time? And no, he is not. So that was a very good, very dangerous pass there from Javi Llabrés towards the centre. But eventually it was nobody's ball and it ends up going to the Espanyol goalkeeper. Yeah, that was a really, really good action there from Javi Llabrés. We've got to look after him very much because he's got a lot of potential, which I'm sure he's going to start to bring out in the future. So Calero and Darder in possession for Espanyol.
Delante de Rodríguez, a la izquierda para Pedrosa, un poquito más a la izquierda para Nico Melamed. Atrás de nuevo con Pedrosa. Loren que sigue esperando para poder ingresar en el terreno del juego. Ese balón que de momento no ha salido. Aparece Darder, le persigue otro paisano, Abdon Prats.
So Darder is there in the mix. He's being tailed by
Perdió el Español. Qué pena.
Abdon Prats.
Se hubiera podido quedar y esperar, ¿no? El movimiento de Llabrés. Y ahora sí que va a llegar el cambio, hombre por hombre. Raúl de Tomás que no se quiere enterar.
And here it comes.
Evidentemente nadie se lo va a decir, tiene que ser el árbitro el que le diga.
Raúl de Tomás, RDT, is waiting for the referee's instructions that it's him that is coming off for Espanyol.
En su estadio entra el exjugador del Betis, Loren Morón.
So Morón is coming on, ex-Betis player.
Esta temporada para Raúl de Tomás. Cambio hombre por hombre en las filas del
14
Español.
goals this season for RDT.
Agota ya los cambios. Vicente Moreno.
So that is it for Vicente Moreno. He's not allowed to make any more changes in the match. There's still a couple, one or two left for Luis García Plaza. Let's see if he uses them. 85th and a half minutes now gone of the match. We're nearing the end.
Gio González la pone en largo buscando ataque Kubo. La ventaja aquí para Pedrosa, pero bien taque poniendo el pie a ver si puede evitar que el balón salga así. A ver si
Good work from Take Kubo there, preventing the ball from going out, and let's see if we can take it with him. It does go out, but it seems that Mallorca players must have been the last ones to have a touch on that ball, because it's going to go to Oyer. It's going to go straight to the goalkeeper. So Manolo Moya, time is running out now.
Todavía quedan 4 minutos más el descuento y a ver si tenemos alguna ocasión y viene el gol del empate. Tenemos que hacer un
Yes, of
poquito
course,
más.
we've still got 4 minutes plus extra time, but let's see if we get that equalizing opportunity between now and then.
Buscando aquí a Loren, la cabeza de Dani Rodríguez también quería peinar la Murici, ya un poquito forzado. Calero, el central, que se la quita de encima.
So Espanyol in possession, and Calero steals the ball. Gives the ball over to Jaume Costa.
Sacar aquí Jaume Costa, viene a recibir también Dani Rodríguez.
Dani Rodríguez is there to help. So Yabres movement to Abdon Prats helping to protect the Mallorca possession as well, of course. Let's see what they can do now with Salva Sevilla as well. Very, very close result, of course. Just 1-0 at the moment.
Quiere luchar la Loren, también Dani Rodríguez, y juega atrás con Raillo, y está a la izquierda para Jaume Costa.
Mallorca playing at the back in defense with Antonio Raillo. Yabres is there as well. Pass to Dani Rodríguez. Yabres in possession, brings it towards the centre, playing with Salva Sevilla. Martin Valjen also there. Take Kubo asks for the ball, receives the ball. Passes to Martin Valjen. Dani Rodríguez was insistently asking for the ball on the other side of the pitch, but Murici is waiting for the ball up top. Ball goes back to Yabres once again. Dani Rodríguez passes looking for Murici. It could be a good one, but it's intercepted by Cabrera. But Yabres re-intercepts as well. But Espanyol are on the counter-attack now. It's 3 against 2. Passes to Nico Melamed. Gio González is there.
Su última carta va a meter a Ferniño. Seguramente quitar a alguien de atrás, porque ya en este minuto 88.
Ferniño seems that he is going to come on for Luis García Plaza now, so we'll see who comes off instead.
Centro de Darder, pudo rechazarlo la defensa, pone la cabeza Herrera, la ventaja aquí para Salva Sevilla, balón muy arriba para que ahora la tenga que disputar Dani Rodríguez a Don Prats, al Dimoni, que se la lleva con un poquito de fortuna, pero también con mucha casta. Buen balón a la izquierda, como la disputa Don.
Good ball there for Abdon Prats. Ball reaches Jaume Costa, and Javi Yabres is there to help. I think there was a clear foul there by Calero, but no, it seems that he's saying they didn't touch the ball, so the ball is going to go to Espanyol.
Lo habrá visto bien el colegiado. Bueno, se retira Gio, se va a un defensa efectivamente, y entra Ferniño, el último cambio del Mallorca. Pues, por supuesto que ya un poco a la desesperada, ¿no? Para buscar ese tanto del empate.
So obviously a lot of desperate actions now looking for this equalizer. In the meantime, it is going to be a
lateral derecho, ¿no? Pero evidentemente con mucha proyección.
Is a throw in for Espanyol in the meantime.
la cabeza Rayo, hubo falta del central, falta a favor del Español y 3 minutos. Bueno, pues Luis García que se lo mira y se ríe. Pedro Rostoy que
So 3 minutes of extra time given. Luis García Plaza absolutely shocked and quite incredulous about this. He can't believe that it's only 3 minutes. That is the official extra time given by the linesman.
Esto es lo que hay. Estamos ya en el tiempo añadido, ya se ha consumido medio minuto. 2,5 para el final. El Mallorca necesita un gol para empatar este partido. Pone la cabeza a Antonio Rayo para Jaume Costa. La va a poner para
So Antonio Rayo heads towards Jaume Costa. Pass to Ferninho. Ferninho very heavily pressured and ends up losing the ball for Forlanes.
La tiene Aleix Vidal. La pone arriba con Morlanes. Busca el túnel.
Aleix Vidal and Forlanes in possession.
Balón para el Español. Evidentemente se lo va a tomar con calma.
Ball goes to Espanyol.
Van pasando los segundos. La falta sobre Oscar Gil. Le dejó el brazo a Rayo, no le permitió pasar. Sigue Rostoy hablando ahí.
Seconds and minutes dragging along now.
Hablando de estas interrupciones. Bueno, el Español está claro, ¿no? Que juega
The
con
fourth linesman talking to some of the players. Obviously, there's going to be some protesting of only 3 minutes, considering all the interruptions that have happened in the match today.
Esto va a ser falta para el Mallorca. Sacó rápido, no, pero le dice el colegiado que tiene que ser de más atrás. Llama a Costa que le dice a Rayo que saque, lo hace ahora con su portero. Minuto 92. Bueno, un minutito, puede ser la última. Puede ser la última. Ahí está Rayo que la quiere poner. Buscando a Murici. No la puede peinar. Se la quita de encima Herrera.
Let's see if Murici can do some damage, but Herrera steals the ball from him.
Llabres también recupera, pero ahora el Español Loren que la
Semi mistake there towards Llabres, but Espanyol recover the ball, and they're going to go on the counter-attack, of course.
Rico que la pone buscando a Murici, que la peina para Ferninho.
So we're running out of time for the last play for us.
Jaume Costa. Estamos en el 92 y
Ball goes into Jaume Costa's possession. We've got 30 seconds left of the match now. Desperately looking for an equalizer, of course.
El esférico termina a los pies de Salva Sevilla. Abre a la derecha para Llabres.
The ball reaches Salva Sevilla, who opens up to Javi Llabres. Llabres raises his head, shoots. Rebounded by the defense. The referee looks at his watch. The ball is not going out. We're in the 93rd minute. We'll see what Rayo can do now. He is in the mix there. They're looking for Murici. Mallorca is in a position of being able to score. Is there going to be a penalty there? No, there's not. If the VAR says that there's not a penalty, then that is going to be the end of the match. And there we go. VAR was not even warranted in the end. That's the final whistle. It is a defeat for Mallorca.
Pero no pudo empatar. Desolación de los jugadores del Real Mallorca después del esfuerzo.
So devastation for the Mallorca players here with this result.
Suficiente para dar los 3 puntos a su equipo. El abrazo de Abdon Prats con Sergi Darder.
So an embrace there between Abdon Prats and Sergi Darder, both from the same village in Mallorca.
Reclamando una posible falta ahí dentro del área. No vio nada del VAR, no vio nada del colegiado.
So the last couple of seconds were dedicated to the Mallorca players asking for a possible foul in the goal-scoring area, which was blatantly rebuked by VAR. So obviously we had Pablo Maffio with us today, and it's a massive shame that we were not able to report a Mallorca victory.
Que nos haya acompañado Pablo Maffeo, decíamos, ¿no? Pues momento complicado, vamos a ver pues un poco qué opinan los protagonistas después de esta derrota. Valió el gol, ¿no? De Raúl de Tomás, lo dice Luis García Plaza, ¿no? Habitualmente que
so obviously there was that
sí, Raúl de Tomás no ha decidido en la del Mallorca, tuvo también otra en la segunda parte que pudo evitar Sergio Rico, también tuvo
got his goal in the 41st minute. There were a couple of goal-scoring chances and opportunities for Mallorca. A header from Mauricio didn't seem to want to find a place inside those three posts.
Así que nada, compañeros, pues nada más desde esta cabina de comentaristas, como digo.
So that is it from me here in my commentating box in the Espanyol Stadium as I'm witnessing the players retreat from the pitch. So obviously it's a tough pill to swallow, but there is only one way to go, and that is forwards. Salva Sevilla is greeting all his ex-teammates one by one. Luis García Plaza is also there, also trying to offer some support and words of comfort for his players.
Bueno, pues la verdad que una pena, una lástima. El míster, ¿no? Que se ha quedado a saludar 1-1 también a
Of course, it is a massively disappointing day for Luis García Plaza too. We must remember the pressure that they are also on.
Algún jugador en esa zona super flash, creo que va a ser Gio, ¿no? El jugador que
So we think that it's going to be Gio Gonzalez who is going to take part in our flash interviews for us today. So he's going to be talking to our colleague Luis Seoane. So we know, of course, it is a very difficult situation for us, but we've got to go onwards and upwards. We're definitely not giving up, despite the fact that it will be a difficult situation for us today. So thank you very much for that, Danny. So yes, Pablo Maffeo has now finished his match sanctions that was given to him on the day against Getafe, so he'll be back on the pitch next time. So Manolo, it's the sixth consecutive defeat that we've had now. In this case against Espanyol in that RCD stadium in Barcelona. So what can we say to this? Well, it was a very balanced match, and whoever had made the best decisions in the goal-scoring areas managed to take away the victory, and that's exactly what we just saw happen. And whether the result is fair or not, then I guess at the end of the day, that is what has happened. So now we've just got to try and focus on the next match against Getafe and stay away from that relegation zone, because it seems that once you get there, it's very difficult to get out of. So yes, Cadiz is up against Villarreal this afternoon, and it all depends on whether they win, equalise or lose today. So now, of course, we've got just to hope for as well. Every time the weekend comes around, that the teams that are behind us on the relegation zone keep losing their matches.
De encontrar la portería en la primera parte de Diego López, en la segunda de Oyer, pero bueno, son de estos partidos que te quedas con esa sensación de que una contra más te ha matado, ¿no?
Yes, it's one of those matches where once again it just seems that one correct decision on a counter-attack ended up murdering the match for us, and we've had to pay for it very dearly.
La ha metido y ha sido el primer tiro que ha tenido el Español durante los 45 primeros minutos.
Yes, and the thing is that the goal came from the first shot at goal that Espanyol had done in the whole of first 45 minutes.
Hemos tenido el empate, pero bueno, al fin y al cabo, pues mira, ha sido un partido muy igualado, que igual lo justo hubiera sido un empate, pero al final ha ganado el que ha tenido más acierto de cara al área y ha sido
yeah, maybe a draw would have been the fairest thing, but as I said, the victory went to whoever was luckiest in their shots at goal. And of course, yeah, now we're in this negative cycle where everything seems to be going against us.
y el Mallorca seguiría fuera de los puestos de descenso, y sobre todo ya será una gran final que jugamos dentro de 2 semanas contra el Getafe, que es un rival directo.
Yes, when we go up against Getafe in 2 weeks' time, it's an incredibly close rival of us. They're currently 3 points below us on the league table.
Sacar de ahí un poquito, porque bueno, ya no tiene margen de
3 points ahead of us, sorry, on the league table, and that would make all the difference, of course.
Suelen, bueno, puntuar.
And now is the point in the league where there are really unexpected results coming out of the last matches of the season. So we're going to hear from Gio Gonzalez, who is ready with our colleague Luis. Yeah, it was a very tough match. We knew what kind of rival we were up against. We were really excited, we wanted to get those points, but it went like it did, and we've just got to keep battling. So what was missing today? I think we could have been a bit more efficient. But we will try and fix those mistakes and move on from them. So do you think the rest week now will do the team some good, or was it maybe not the best moment? Well, I think we'll see that as the days go on. You know, apart and aside from those negative results, the team is strong, the team is united, and that's a really important thing and valuable thing as well. So you played nearly the whole match today. How did you feel on the pitch? Yes, I mean, I felt really good, and that is thanks to the support of the teammates and the support from the technical team as well. So obviously, I want to give back. I want to be able to repay them, putting me on the pitch with some good results. So that is Gio Gonzalez's words there in this stadium here in Barcelona. So yes, we will be hearing from some more players very shortly after this defeat that we've witnessed here today in the stadium.
Y ahora estaba viendo aquí el fogonazo que ha tenido Raúl de Tomás al final. Es la única oportunidad de peligro casi que ha tenido el conjunto de Vicente.
Yes, I was just watching back that fateful moment from RDT there in the match, and it is incredible to think that that is the only it was the first and one of the only shots at goal that the team had, but he was in the right place at the right time. We have to imagine and have to remember, and he did show some really true skill and true nerve. So hopefully now with this rest week that is coming up, it will be the perfect time to break away and cut off this negative dynamic.
Y bueno, tendremos 2 semanas para trabajar bien ese partido súper importante contra un rival directo.
Yes, of course, because I think it'll also give us some much needed time to prepare tactics against Getafe, so we can just all stick our oars in and keep rowing forwards.
Sobre todo no de juego sino de resultados, porque bueno, el Mallorca hoy no ha merecido perder, pero al final ha perdido.
However, today, as we've said, Mallorca did not deserve to lose. But so we need to start focusing on trying to get those points in, and that may mean a change in tactics or dynamics.
¿Ves ahora los partidos que le quedan al Mallorca? Te hace ser un poco,
yeah, of course, you know, it does make you an optimist if you focus on the matches that are left for us in the rest of the season, because they are teams that are further down on the leaderboard than our recent matches, and that maybe gives us a sense of confidence of knowing that we could win those matches.
calendarios más complicados, pero al final siempre hay que mirar para uno. Y nada, eso es lo que queda, ¿no? Seguir creyendo, seguir confiando.
So yes, I guess that is what we have to take away from this: to keep believing, keep trusting, and getting things done. Yes, of course, because psychologically those 6 consecutive defeats can really affect the team. So we've got to look towards the next match, which is against Getafe. We're obviously going to be expectant and waiting eagerly for those results between Espanyol and against Cadiz and Villarreal, sorry.
Se van a enfrentar a rivales directos el Mallorca aquí en casa y si en casa ganas esos partidos tienes mucho ganado.
You know, Mallorca is going to be up against some of those teams that we've been mentioning at home, and that would be a perfect opportunity for them to get those points on. However, the next match against Getafe will not be done in Mallorca. It will be away in their stadium in Madrid.
El Mallorca que tiene, lo que hemos dicho, 2 semanitas para preparar el partido, ya que la semana que viene hay parón por selecciones. Manolo, enseguida tendremos también por aquí a Luis García Plaza.
So of course there is that rest week because of elections, and we'll be listening from Luis García Plaza in his press conference very shortly. So we can just imagine how Luis García Plaza is going to be feeling today. Of course, it's a very complicated time of the league for him to have to come out and hear certain comments or certain questions being posed to him.
Y el Español ha tenido esa fortuna, le ha sonreído el gol. Y el Mallorca que, bueno, mono de trabajo, 9 jornadas, mono de trabajo encima. Veremos lo que dice Luis García Plaza, veremos lo que dice el míster. Pero es que el mensaje está
So of course we will be listening to see what Luis Garcia says later, but the message is clear, right? 9 matches to go and onwards and upwards with each and every one of them.
No hay que ser pesimistas, hay que ser optimistas y bueno.
Yeah, of course, try and maintain ourselves optimistic.
Quedan 9 finales, nos tenemos que enfrentar a los equipos que nos toquen y ya está, no hay que mirar nada más y intentar pues salir de esta negativa.
Got to just focus on the next one and ignore everything else.
Ya veremos a ver qué hacemos ese partido y sobre todo pues cambiar esa dinámica.
See how the match goes in that instance and see what new tactics and new strategies we bring out.
No sabe por dónde llevarlo porque son 6, y las 6 pues dolorosas, las 6 que te quedas con esa sensación de que se podía haber hecho a lo mejor un poquito más, pero bueno.
Yes, however, we do obviously empathize with the fans' reaction of that now that it has been 6 consecutive defeats, which obviously are a bitter, very tough pill to swallow, especially when you consider that there have been some very good matches for Mallorca. So it comes down to luck or just giving that extra pinch of something in the match.
Son diferentes. Hoy, por ejemplo, en minuto 10 podía haber cambiado la balanza, podía haber pitado penalti, quizá esa jugada pues
Yes, because the match today could have gone in absolutely any way. You know, fouls or penalties or free kicks could have been whistled, and that could have changed everything completely. Because anything can happen in this game.
Que tiene más acierto. Hoy, por ejemplo, el Mallorca ha encajado solamente un gol y ha perdido 1-0. Ha tenido ocasiones también el Mallorca claras. Bueno, la de Murilli ha sido muy clara.
Mallorca had several very clear opportunities to score here today. Whereas Espanyol only had one clear opportunity, but they managed to take advantage of it and get something out of it and get some points out of it.
Lo que te mata en las áreas y bueno, y al fin y al cabo ellos tienen a Raúl Tomás 14 goles, pues ahí está la diferencia. En el mundo del fútbol el gol se paga y sobre todo en primera división.
However, we know that for strikers, scoring goals is their livelihood, and the statistics speak for themselves with RDT.
La puntuación de los 3 últimos van a ser una puntuación muy baja porque bueno, prácticamente pues se está viendo que yo creo que con 36, 37, incluso 38 te puedes salvar, porque bueno, los equipos de abajo estamos ahí todos mirando con qué puntuación te puedes salvar.
However, I think the last legs now of the league are going to be very interesting to see what is the cut-off point with the points to see who ends up in the relegation zone at the end. So yes, of course, we'll all have our calculators ready, thinking about these point statistics as we look towards that 2nd of April match in Madrid against Getafe.
Te viene el Rayo y vas a Osasuna. Que al final el Mallorca lo que tiene ahora hasta final de temporada son partidos clave. La mayoría, salvo los partidos fuera de casa, a lo mejor te diría que son pues contra rivales de la zona alta, como pueden ser el Barça, como puede ser.
Of course, we are receiving many direct rivals in what is left of the league. So they're going to have to absolutely give it their all in every single match.
Las inercias negativas que están llevando los equipos rivales.
Sí, bueno, el Mallorca tiene
especially when you consider how some of the rival teams are also having some negative dynamics right now.
Contra Granada, contra Getafe, contra el Elche y contra el Rayo. Te estás enfrentando a equipos que están en tu misma liga.
Yeah, of course, when you look at the teams that are near us and surrounding us on the leaderboard, you know, even Rayo Vallecano, who are 13th, even they can't become complacent or distract themselves because they're ahead, but they're only a match ahead, for example.
Lo que pasa es que el Mallorca a día de hoy todavía no ha puntuado y estos partidos van a ser pues cruciales, sobre todo que si el Mallorca.
However, you know, it's been 6 matches now where Mallorca hasn't managed to get any points. But yeah, if we don't get any points when we're up against Getafe, I think things are going to become very complicated for us. Yes, so of course, as there is national matches next weekend, I guess Luis García Plaza is praying for the fact that none of his players get called for their own national selections. Because of course he will want to be as prepared as possible for that next match against Getafe. Yes, I mean we drew 0-0 against Getafe in the first leg of the league. But we've got to focus on it anyway. And then we're up against Atletico Madrid, who are currently 3rd in the league. But they've also come off a Champions League, and you don't know how tired or not tired they're going to be. But it is what it is, and they must be mindful of that. So we're going to go and hear from Sergio Rico, who is talking to Dani Barjagoma. So, tough pill to swallow, Sergio. So, how did you feel? Yes, it was another disappointing episode. You know, we started the match very well. There's those details that make all the difference in First Division, and that's what we need to change and improve. I think we need to step up our concentration levels. I think we need to improve our decision making, you know, when to make tactical fouls, when to finish off a play or cut it off.
Sí, como te digo, no es fácil, ¿no? Después de esta racha que lleva el equipo, yo creo que lo primordial es sobre todo estar unido, estar más.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult now after this bad dynamic to remain positive, but we need to be united and we need to stay together and we need to keep believing.
Es un momento para tirar del carro, para asumir la responsabilidad de cada uno.
I think it's also a time for everybody to start to take their own responsibilities. And I think with effort and hard work, we're going to manage to do it.
Con vida al equipo, hemos tenido la última también ahí con Adón, pero la verdad es que no estamos teniendo suerte tampoco, ¿no? A veces cuando
So also, we're not being very lucky in matches either.
no ha vuelto a entrar.
Así es, ¿no? Yo creo que
Balls that just seem to not want to go in the net.
estás en una racha así, en un momento así, como que dices,
Yeah, I think when we are in one of those bad dynamics, it's even difficult to create goal-scoring opportunities. So I guess it's important to point out that they are, and that we are trying right until the very end.
en esos pequeños detalles y seguir, como he dicho, más unidos que nunca, que es la única solución.
But we've got to focus on those little details, and as I said, just try desperately to continue.
En cualquier caso va a ser el momento, ¿no? Para recargar las pilas, la mente y para salir a tope, ¿no? En las últimas 9 jornadas a jugarse la vida por todas.
Así es, ¿no? Yo creo que lo más importante.
So of course we're going to have to leave everything on the pitch in these last matches that are approaching now.
Y prepararnos para lo que viene, ¿no? 9 finales que nos jugamos la vida.
Pues a por todas.
Gracias.
Las palabras de Sergio Rico.
So thank you very much.
Real Mallorca en esta zona flash.
Gracias, Dani. Gracias, Sergio. Pues si os parece, también vamos directamente ya, creo, a la rueda de prensa de Luis García.
So I think we're going to go to Luis García Plaza's press conference already.
Bé, José Pérez, jo de 3 Televisió. No sé, voy directamente al grano, no sé qué le cabrea más, perdón por decirlo así.
So see, what makes you more angry, the VAR play or the goal that was scored by RDT?
La jugada del gol nos ha pasado tantas veces, la hemos visto tantas veces, lo hemos hablado tantas veces.
I mean, the goal, we've talked about this so much. If we have to do a tactical foul, Antonio was playing so well. It was similar to the second goal scored by Real Madrid on Monday. It's mistakes that you work on, you talk about. They're all aware of it, and then we seem to struggle to prevent those kind of mistakes. It was a very, very balanced match. The victory could have gone either way. And with regards to the VAR episodes, I was surprised that the penalty wasn't whistled. Because if the penalty is whistled, then you don't have to really, there's nothing else to it. Because of course, I mean, if the ball ended up going to Espanyol, why whistle in the first case anyway? So, if nothing was whistled in the first place, then why would Jaume Costa end up getting the yellow card? But yeah, it's a difficult moment right now. It's very tough for us. But we can't really think about anything else. The boys, of course, they are on the pitch and playing in order to try and win every single time. And of course, yeah, the goal today, we talked about that play many times, and we practiced exactly what to do in that case. So they are really small details that are costing us so much.
Hola, Elena. Diario de Mallorca, Elena García. No sé si le da la sensación de que un error al final parece o le genera ya una sensación de impotencia, ¿no? Porque es que no son capaces nunca de
So, do you feel that these kind of mistakes are creating very frustrating feelings around the scene? Yeah, of course, because the boys are saying that it's always the same, judging by the last couple of matches. However, I don't think you could say that Espanyol were better than us or that we were better than them.
desde el año pasado ya, es así.
All of the matches against Espanyol since last year have been similar.
Yo también, es normal que estés frustrado, ¿cómo no estás frustrado? Si ves que el equipo intenta hacer las cosas que hace, pero cuando llega ese momento puntual...
Of course it's frustrating. How are you not going to be frustrating when you see that they're doing everything they can to clinch those victories? We've got to keep a positive mentality, positive mindset.
Una tarjeta roja por ser último, pues se van atrás y te sacan una falta ahí. Bueno, pues no está saliendo nada, es así. No hay más que seguir dando confianza a estos chicos que realmente creemos en ellos y que tienen que sacar esta situación. Vamos, nos quedan 9 jornadas.
But of course, we trust our players and we believe in them, so we've got to keep trying to bring up their confidence, and we still do have time to reach our goals.
Juan Miguel Sánchez, Diario Marca. Preguntarte un poco, pues, ¿cómo puedes animar a esa afición después de 6 derrotas consecutivas y que hoy pueda acabar en posiciones de descenso? Gracias.
Mira, la afición nuestra, lo dije el otro día, es de las más inteligentes de España, ¿vale? Si yo la tengo que animar a mi afición, no, yo la tengo que decir que estos chicos se van a dejar la vida, que yo me estoy dejando la vida, que estamos intentando hacerlo todo, pero que las cosas a veces no salen. Y cuando no salen, lo único que puedes hacer es rebelarte y seguir trabajando más y seguir intentando todo. No hay otra manera de ellos. Y que podremos caer en descenso o no podremos caer en descenso, pero es un equipo...
Of course, at the moment, we are equally likely to remain outside the relegation zone as to enter the relegation zone. And we're going to be united whatever happens. So next time we play at home, which is not next time because we're going to Getafe, we will have to raise the roof of the stadium. We've got to ask the fans to come over and show their support. And I really don't think that anybody is going to see a team that hangs their heads and are saying they're not going to keep trying, because we really will. And we just can only hope that we change the dynamic in the next match. You know, against Seville, we were drawing, we were equalised until the 84th minute, and it's just a question of luck.
Puede ser, gracias.
Sí, mister, bones. Miqui Tous, TV3 Ràdio.
Hola.
Ho comentava, la dinàmica és molt dolenta, cert que de moment el Mallorca està fora del...
So we're speaking about this negative dynamic.
De vegades, però en aquests casos, per bé o per malament, sempre se mira a la banqueta. Entendria que durant aquests 15 dies que
So of course, a lot of the times you look at the coach and blame the manager. But of course, I can't answer you that question. All I can do is come out with eagerness and excitement tomorrow when we go back to training. You know, if people think that this is in my hands to save the season, then that's great for them. But I don't know what else I can do. And I will absolutely leave my soul on the pitch when I'm coaching them. You know, whether my last day be tomorrow or next year when my contract finishes. You know, I have no answers to give you. All I can do is just carry on moving forwards.
Un equipo de segunda división, lo tengo en la lucha por la permanencia, en una dinámica mala, eso está claro, pero lo tengo donde tiene que estar más o menos.
You know, I've brought the boys up to where I want them to be, more or less, and we're fighting to remain there. So a lot of people argue that there's nothing you can do about that, and that it is 100% the players' fault. No, of course. I mean, if the players are giving it their all and they're training well and the results aren't happening, then of course I'm also to blame. And as I said, you know, the goal today was something we'd actually talked about happening before, but things like this happen in football. And yet sometimes, you know, it just, despite the fact that you can talk about things happening, then they don't go your way. But the main thing is to remember that we are alive and we are in the fight. So as I said, we could be in the relegation zone or we could not at the moment. So, you know, while we're still in the running, then we're just going to we'll give it our all every single day.
Partido de Getafe en mi cabeza y planteo cómo vamos a trabajar esta semana y ojalá pues ese acierto cambie, porque los chavales lo están intentando. Si yo viese alguno que es que este es un jeta, estos chicos se dejan al alma, no están afortunados o no están saliendo las cosas. Nos falta ese puntito de claridad cuando llegamos incluso.
But of course, we need that clarity when we are in those tense situations. Maybe that's what they had today that we were missing. You know, and when we do it, we're great. You know, with those shots from Salva Sevilla, for example, that or Mauritius rebound. But I'm just going to be by their sides, and I'm going to give all my trust and confidence in them to help them reach their goal. So saying about repeating mistakes, you know, you mentioned Antonio Sanchez and Baba like last week, who of course was seemed very affected after that goal. Yeah, of course, but I mean, to reiterate with my quote, it's not firing shots at Antonio Sanchez, of course. Because of course, if the shot comes off Baba and we're not there, nobody gets there in time to receive it, then you know it's somebody different every time. It's not one certain player who keeps making the same mistake. There's just generalized poor decisions. But I'm sure that if Getafe plays, we're going to do a you know, when we go play against Getafe, we're going to have a fabulous match anyway.
Es así, cada vez que cometen un error, porque fíjate la pérdida de ellos que han tenido, que hemos sido un 3-2. Esto era un 3-3, me parece, y nosotros era un 3-2, y no hemos sabido. Lo que te hablaba el otro día de Mafeo. Si vieras las situaciones de contraataque que hemos trabajado esta semana, ha sido de 3-2.
However, yeah, I mean, you know, we were heavily penalized by the fact that we weren't able to control that counter-attack. And we've been training counter-attacks all week because we knew that was where we could do some damage.
A veces el fútbol esta cosa, aunque no lo creáis, os juro que hemos trabajado esa jugada exactamente de un 3-2.
And I promise that we've actually practiced that same play that happened to us today. And also because we know that they open up very much when they do their counterattacks, and we thought that we could find some gaps and try and find some ways to get past them. But you know, we didn't manage to perform that today, and that is football. And I'm going to keep working really, really hard with them, and I really hope we do manage to change that dynamic.
Mister, no sé si puede explicar qué buscaba con el cambio de Antonio Sánchez, que creo que estaba haciendo un buen partido, y con la continuidad de Dani Rodríguez sobre el verde.
So what were you trying to look for with Antonio Sanchez change, who was having a good match? Well, I think that I've just answered your question, really. You know, we were looking for somebody to you know, we took off a more defense comfortable midfielder and put on a more offensive midfielder. I'm really surprised by this question because I think that I've already answered it. You know, I remember when Salva Sevilla wasn't playing, you were asking me why Salva Sevilla wasn't playing. So yeah, my answer is that we were looking for somebody to create more opportunities, to somebody who's better on the free kicks. And then Dani Rodríguez, we kept him on because we'd already brought off Baba, and we didn't want to bring everybody off that was our regular midfielders. Yes, then we brought on all the strikers and we made the most offensive team possible. So yeah, just strategies in the moment.
Sí, a raíz un poco de la pregunta que ha hecho el compañero.
¿Cuál de los dos?
IB3 Radio. ¿Se ve con fuerzas para sacar esto adelante?
Sí, Elena, si no lo dudes. Mira,
So do you feel strong enough to bring this forward now?
Son unas personas hechas a fuego, porque hay que soportar mucha presión, porque hay que soportar muchas cosas.
Yeah, I mean, coaches, we are we really do take a lot.
Pero también entiendo cómo es el fútbol, y si alguna vez el club decide algo, de verdad, que no hay ningún problema, pero vamos, no dudéis, si mañana, porque no podéis entrar, si me vierais entrenar, veríais si tengo fuerzas o no tengo fuerzas.
If you saw me coach the boys, then you would realize whether I have the strength to do it or not. Because of course I'm worried. I pace around my room at home. Of course, I mean it's extremely stressful and extremely worrying. But yeah, one thing doesn't take away from the other. And if you saw me coach them, I think you'd understand.
Si
Sí, hola, mister.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Buenas tardes. Le quería preguntar, porque justamente usted ha hablado de que las pugnas que hemos mantenido ya desde la temporada pasada, Español y Mallorca, Mallorca y Español, también en la Copa del Rey.
So lots of rivalry between Mallorca and Espanyol.
Entre usted y el mister del Español, Vicente Moreno.
So what about your relationship with the manager of Espanyol, Vicente Moreno? You know, is there any new episodes in your relationship? Was there any messages between you? No, I don't think I've sent any messages to him. Sometimes I answer him when I'm asked about things that he said, but I don't think that there's anything else going on there. We greeted each other at the beginning of the match, we asked each other how we were, and that's that. And the only message I've ever answered him was that when he was saying that his team was getting more negative decisions from the referees. So thank you very much for that. That is Luis Garcia's Plaza's press conference today. So our takeaway is the fact that he is, of course, worried and struggling as well, and that he's extremely eager to bring this to the forefront, and that he's going to stick it out and give it his all every day. Well, we know that our manager never hides and shies away from any responses. He knows that he has to go out there and be the face of the team, of course.
Él va a seguir trabajando, él tiene un año y medio más de contrato, lo ha dicho, y bueno, no depende de él, depende de la propiedad.
He's got a 18 months of contract left, of course, we know that. So he's going to take advantage of it. He knows that mistakes are very costly.
Pues al final son las derrotas, los errores y cada semana tenemos un
error. And errors at the end of the day in First Division mean defeats. And the errors that we make, or the ones that are we concede, are the ones that cost us most dearly. And yes, he is the coach that has managed to bring us into First Division. So we've got to trust him, and we've got to be patient. We are where we are on 26 points. At the right now, we depend on the other team's results to see whether we enter the relegation zone or not. And I think Luis García Plaza is just simply saying the truth. If they're very serious errors, then they're very serious errors, and if they penalize a lot, then so be it. He can see that the players are playing well, but when you see that your work done throughout the week is not compensated in the match, then that's the only option for you to do is to just keep doing what you're doing. You know, I was working with him when I was a lot younger, and he's a very, very hard-working person. And whether the ball goes in the net or not, you know, it doesn't fully depend on the coach.
Y hemos pasado del 0-1 que podía haber sido de Muri, esa jugada que no ha chutado al final.
You know, we went from that 1-0 that could have been. It could have been the 1-0 with that header from Murishi. We went to that 1-0 against us, of course, but then there was lots of those possible opportunities from Antonio Sanchez or Baba.
Y hay que aprender de los errores y el problema es que los errores que tenemos están siendo muy graves y al fin y al cabo pues vienen estas derrotas.
Manolo Moya, muchísimas gracias por haber estado una vez más aquí.
Hopefully we'll learn from all these defeats that we're having right now. Well, thank you very much, Manolo. It's a massive shame, actually, that since you've been our regular commentator, we haven't been able to celebrate a victory with you yet. So we greatly hope that next in 2 weeks' time that we can finally sing a victory together. So that is it. That is the 29th leg of the league. We've heard from Gio Gonzalez, Sergio Rico, and Luis García Plaza. So of course it is a tough and difficult moment now for the team. We've just got to look forward. So our next stop is the Getafe Stadium. Even though they are on the lower half of the leaderboard, we still have to check all the results of the other matches and teams that are behind us, especially that Granada match against Villarreal, which is going to be happening this evening. The Cádiz match against Villarreal this evening, sorry. So from us, that is it for 2 weeks. So hard work from everybody in the meantime, and we will be there then to analyze and discuss that match with you. So, and hopefully remain in First Division. So thank you very much for watching and listening, and we'll see you next time.